Hello and welcome to Sleepy Science. Tonight, you are entering the one place you have trusted your entire life without ever being allowed to see how it truly works. Your own mind. A mind that can rewrite your personality, hide reality, invent memories, silence guilt, obey cruelty, and make control feel like love. You may believe your choices, beliefs, emotions, and memories belong completely to you. But psychology reveals how easily fear, authority, trauma, manipulation, and the people around you can reshape them. These are not horror stories. They are real experiments, documented conditions, and unsettling features of the human brain. Before we begin, tell me where you are listening from, and don't forget to like and subscribe. Now let the room grow quiet, and follow me into the hidden machinery of your mind, where the person you trust most may not always be telling you the truth. Your personality can change without you realizing it. The person you call yourself may be changing quietly beneath your awareness. Not because your identity is disappearing, but because personality is far less motionless than it feels from the inside. You probably carry a familiar description of who you are. Perhaps you are reserved, impatient, dependable, sensitive, curious, or easily discouraged. These words feel permanent because you wake up with the same memories, recognize the same face, and continue the same unfinished story each morning. Yet psychologists have found that personality can remain relatively consistent while still changing meaningfully across a lifetime. This apparent contradiction becomes easier to understand when you imagine two people moving along separate roads. One may remain more outgoing than the other for decades, preserving their relative difference, while both gradually become calmer, more responsible, or less interested in social excitement as they age. Personality researchers often describe broad tendencies through traits such as openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and emotional stability. These traits are not rigid boxes, and they do not predict every action you take. They are closer to habitual directions, the kinds of thoughts, emotions, and behaviors your mind finds easier to enter. Biology contributes to these tendencies, but it does not write an unchangeable script. Age, responsibilities, relationships, work, culture, and repeated behavior can all influence how strongly particular traits are expressed. Across adulthood, many people show a gradual increase in conscientiousness and emotional stability, although the pattern varies, and no individual is guaranteed to follow it. A person who once avoided planning may slowly become highly organized after years of managing deadlines, caring for others, or facing consequences that make preparation valuable. At first, the change may feel like performance. They make lists because they must, arrive early because others depend on them, and resist distractions because the cost of carelessness has grown. But behavior repeated across months and years can become easier, more automatic, and more closely connected to identity. Eventually, the person no longer thinks, "I am forcing myself to be reliable." They simply begin to say, "I am reliable." This is one reason personality change can be difficult to notice. The mind does not receive an announcement when a practiced response becomes part of its normal pattern. You experience every small step, so none of them seems large enough to mark a transformation. Someone who has not seen you for several years may detect the difference immediately, while you still feel like the same person who began the journey. Your self-image often changes more slowly than your actual behavior. You may continue believing that you are shy long after you have learned to speak comfortably with strangers, or call yourself disorganized even though your daily life now depends on routines you maintain with care. The old identity survives because it is familiar, and familiarity can feel more truthful than evidence. Your environment also matters because different settings repeatedly invite different versions of you. A workplace that rewards precision may strengthen carefulness. A community that welcomes new ideas may make exploration feel safer. A role that requires frequent communication may gradually reduce the discomfort of speaking first. This does not mean that surroundings can manufacture any personality they choose. nor that you become a copy of everyone around you. It means that traits are expressed through opportunities, expectations, and repetition. A part of you that is never used may weaken from neglect, while a part that is called upon every day may become increasingly available. Even deliberate personality change appears possible, but it usually happens through action rather than desire alone. Simply wishing to be more confident, patient, or disciplined rarely produces a lasting shift. The mind learns from what you repeatedly do. Someone trying to become more socially engaged may begin with small acts such as asking one additional question, accepting an invitation, or initiating a brief conversation. Someone trying to become more dependable may create systems that make dependable behavior easier instead of waiting for motivation. Over time, repeated actions can provide the mind with new evidence about the kind of person it is capable of being. The transformation is rarely complete, and old tendencies do not vanish as though erased. A naturally cautious person may never become reckless, but they can become more willing to act despite uncertainty. A person who feels emotions intensely may not become emotionally indifferent, but they can learn to respond with greater steadiness. Personality change often means shifting the range in which you live, not replacing your entire nature. There is also a reason to examine this process carefully. Not every change is chosen, and not every adaptation remains useful. You can become more impatient because your life rewards speed, more suspicious because distrust repeatedly prevents disappointment, or less curious because routine makes questioning inconvenient. These changes may happen so gradually that you defend them as your true nature. But the sentence, "This is who I am," can sometimes hide a more revealing truth. This is what my life has repeatedly trained me to become. Recognizing that difference does not make your identity false. It makes your identity active. You are not an empty surface shaped entirely by circumstances, but neither are you a finished object sealed away from experience. You are a continuing pattern, partly inherited, partly learned, and partly reinforced by what you practice when no important decision seems to be taking place. The smallest reactions may appear meaningless on their own, yet together they create direction. How you respond to boredom, responsibility, disagreement, uncertainty, and opportunity slowly teaches your mind which version of you should appear next time. So perhaps the most useful question is not simply, "Who am I?" but, "What kind of person are my ordinary days teaching me to become?" You may never feel the exact moment when patience becomes natural, when curiosity fades, or when courage stops feeling borrowed. But years later, you may look back and recognize that your personality did not change in one dramatic event. It changed quietly, through choices too small to seem important, until the stranger you were becoming finally felt like the person you had always been. You can be completely unaware that part of your body belongs to you. Imagine looking directly at your own arm, hearing a doctor tell you that it belongs to you, and still feeling with absolute certainty that it must belong to someone else. This can happen after certain forms of brain injury, particularly damage affecting networks in the right hemisphere, and it reveals that the feeling of owning your body is not guaranteed simply because the body is physically attached to you. In a condition called asomatognosia, a person may fail to recognize a limb as part of themselves, or may experience it as strangely absent from their internal picture of the body. In a related and often more elaborate condition called somatoparaphrenia, the person may deny that the affected limb is theirs and create a sincere explanation for its presence, perhaps insisting that the arm belongs to a relative, a nurse, or another patient. These are not jokes, metaphors, or deliberate attempts to be difficult. To the person experiencing them, the limb can genuinely feel foreign. The condition most often involves the left side of the body following damage to the right hemisphere, and it may appear alongside paralysis or spatial neglect, although researchers have documented cases showing that disturbed body ownership can be partly separate from a person's awareness of paralysis. You normally assume that ownership is the simplest possible sensation. You move your hand, you feel it touching the table, you see it in front of you, and therefore you know it is yours. But the brain must continuously combine several streams of information to produce that conclusion. Vision provides the shape and position of the limb. Touch reports contact with the skin. Proprioception gives you a quiet sense of where your joints and muscles are, even when your eyes are closed. Signals related to movement tell the brain whether an action matches the command it expected to send. Internal bodily sensations add familiarity and emotional significance. The brain integrates these sources into a stable model that says, without words, this body is mine. When parts of that integration system are damaged or disconnected, the physical limb remains, but the certainty of belonging can disappear. Research links body ownership not to one isolated brain location, but to interacting frontal, insular, parietal, and deeper brain regions that help combine sensation, attention, emotion, and the representation of the self. A patient may therefore be able to see the limb clearly and even describe its appearance while failing to connect it with the self. This is different from simply forgetting that the limb exists, being unable to move it, or failing to look toward one side of space. Personal neglect may cause someone to ignore part of the body while still admitting that it belongs to them. A somatognosia concerns the loss or weakening of ownership itself. Somatoparaphrenia goes further by adding a confident false belief that explains the limb as belonging to someone else. The mind appears to prefer an invented explanation over a gap it cannot understand. If the arm does not produce the expected feeling of familiarity, the brain may build a story that fits the altered experience. The limb feels foreign, so it must be foreign. The explanation is incorrect, but it may be internally reasonable to a brain working with damaged information. This is why arguing with the patient often fails. You are offering a fact that conflicts with the reality their nervous system is currently constructing. The fragility of body ownership can also be demonstrated in healthy people through the rubber hand illusion. In a typical experiment, your real hand is hidden while a visible rubber hand is placed nearby. When both the hidden hand and the rubber hand are stroked at matching times and locations, you may gradually begin to feel that the rubber hand is part of you. The illusion weakens when the timing or physical arrangement becomes too inconsistent, showing that the brain accepts a body part as its own when visual and tactile evidence form a convincing match. You do not lose touch with reality during this experiment, and you still know intellectually that the hand is artificial. Yet for a brief moment, knowledge and bodily feeling can disagree. One part of you says that the hand is rubber, while another begins protecting it as though it were flesh. This matters because it suggests that the ordinary feeling of being located inside one body is not produced by logic alone. It is maintained by a continuing negotiation among the senses. In neurological patients, even that negotiation may remain surprisingly flexible. Studies have reported that changing visual perspective, including showing a person their limb in a mirror, can sometimes improve recognition of ownership under particular conditions. Other research found that slow, emotionally pleasant touch increased feelings of ownership toward an affected arm in some people after right hemisphere stroke. These findings do not amount to a simple cure, but they show that the lost sense of belonging may sometimes be influenced by the kind of sensory and emotional information reaching the brain. The unsettling lesson is that your body does not feel like yours merely because it is yours. It feels like yours because your brain is successfully maintaining a coherent relationship between sight, touch, position, movement, attention, and memory. Most of the time, this process is so reliable that you never notice it happening. Your hand seems naturally attached not only to your arm, but to your identity. Yet rare neurological conditions reveal the hidden work beneath that certainty. They show that the boundary between self and world is not simply drawn on the skin. It is generated inside the brain, updated from moment to moment, and capable of breaking in ways that leave the body unchanged while transforming the person's experience of living inside it. So as you rest your hand beside you and recognize it without effort, consider how extraordinary that effortless recognition really is. Beneath the simple thought, "This is my hand," countless signals are agreeing with one another. Your sense of embodiment is not a passive fact you possess forever. It is a quiet achievement your brain is performing for you now, allowing flesh to become familiar. movement to become intention, and a collection of separate body parts to feel like one continuous person. Your mind can hide a terrifying truth from you to protect itself. A truth can remain close enough to shape your life while staying just beyond the edge of what you are willing or able to recognize. You may imagine psychological protection as a locked door behind which the mind hides a complete and perfectly preserved secret, but human memory rarely works so neatly. The brain does not contain a hidden archivist who deliberately removes unbearable facts and returns them years later without alteration. What it can do is redirect attention, weaken access to certain thoughts, separate emotion from experience, and construct explanations that allow daily life to continue when reality feels too threatening to absorb all at once. One of the simplest forms of this protection is denial. Denial does not always mean consciously lying to yourself. You may understand individual facts while resisting the conclusion they form together. A person can notice repeated evidence that a relationship is harmful, that an illness is serious, or that someone they trust has betrayed them, yet continue interpreting each warning as an exception. Accepting the larger truth might demand grief, confrontation, financial danger, social isolation, or the collapse of an identity built around trust. The mind therefore narrows the question. Instead of asking, "What does this entire pattern mean?" it asks, "How can I explain this one event without changing my life?" This can offer temporary stability, but protection has a cost. The threatening reality does not necessarily disappear. It may return indirectly through anxiety, physical tension, disturbed sleep, irritability, or a persistent feeling that something is wrong without a clear explanation. Under overwhelming stress, another process called dissociation can occur. Dissociation may involve feeling detached from yourself, emotionally numb, unreal, or strangely distant from events happening around you. Some people later report gaps in autobiographical memory, although the nature and causes of severe trauma-related amnesia remain scientifically debated. Trauma does not usually cause the mind to erase an experience cleanly. In fact, many traumatized people face the opposite problem. Unwanted images, sensations, and fragments return too easily, sometimes without the orderly context that would make them feel like ordinary memories. Research on post-traumatic stress has repeatedly shown that difficulty controlling intrusive memories can be more central than an inability to remember the event. This is why the popular image of a terrifying memory being buried intact for decades and then recovered with perfect accuracy is misleading. Scientists continue to debate claims of unconscious repression, and later recollections can be influenced by suggestion, expectation, conversations, and the reconstructive nature of memory. A recovered image may contain truth, error, or a mixture of both, and emotional intensity alone cannot prove historical accuracy. Yet this does not mean that the mind has no power to limit access to painful information. Laboratory studies show that when people repeatedly attempt to stop an unwanted memory from entering awareness, later retrieval can become more difficult. Brain imaging suggests that control systems involving the prefrontal cortex can reduce activity in regions important for memory retrieval, including the hippocampus. This process is often called retrieval suppression or motivated forgetting, and it is different from the controversial idea that the mind automatically seals away a traumatic history without awareness. You may recognize a gentler version of this in ordinary life. A painful thought appears, and you immediately reach for noise, work, entertainment, food, or another conversation. The first avoidance may be conscious. After enough repetition, the movement away from the subject can become so quick that you notice only the discomfort, not the thought that triggered it. Your attention learns where not to remain. The mind can also protect you by changing the emotional meaning of what you know. You may describe a frightening event calmly, with precise details, while feeling as though it happened to someone else. The facts are accessible, but the emotional connection has been reduced. This emotional distance can be useful during an emergency because it allows action when full feeling would be overwhelming. If it continues long after the danger has passed, however, It may interfere with relationships, decision-making, and the ability to understand why certain situations provoke such powerful reactions. Protection then becomes a room you survived by entering but no longer know how to leave. Sometimes the hidden truth is not an event but a conclusion about yourself or someone you depend on. A child who relies on an unpredictable caregiver cannot easily accept that the same person providing safety may also be a source of fear. Maintaining attachment may be necessary for survival, so attention and memory can become organized around preserving the relationship. Betrayal trauma theory proposes that reduced awareness or altered recall may sometimes help a dependent person maintain access to someone they need, although this framework remains a theory rather than a universal explanation for how trauma is remembered. The important point is that the mind's version of protection is not designed to reveal objective truth. It is designed to keep functioning possible. It may preserve work, attachment, identity, or the ability to get through the next hour, even when doing so creates confusion later. This helps explain why insight can feel frightening rather than immediately liberating. Discovering a truth may force you to reinterpret years of choices, relationships, and memories. You may resist not because you are foolish, but because the new understanding threatens the structure through which your life has made sense. Still, caution is essential. A vague feeling, a nightmare, or a powerful emotional reaction should not automatically be treated as proof of a hidden traumatic event. Searching aggressively for buried memories can encourage the construction of details that feel convincing without being reliable. A safer approach is to examine what is present now. Recurring reactions, known experiences, current patterns, and evidence that can be checked. The goal is not to force the mind to produce a dramatic secret, but to create enough safety that difficult realities no longer require immediate escape. A qualified mental health professional can help someone approach distress without suggesting what must have happened or treating uncertainty as confirmation. Perhaps the deepest lesson is that self-knowledge is not simply a matter of looking inward and finding an untouched record. The mind is both witness and protector, and those roles can conflict. It may blur, postpone, reinterpret, or distance you from what appears unbearable, not because it understands the future consequences, but because it is trying to preserve the present. What protects you during danger can confuse you in safety, and what once allowed you to continue may later prevent you from understanding why you feel divided. The answer is not to distrust every memory or assume that a horror is hidden behind every silence. It is to become curious about the moments when your attention suddenly turns away, when your emotions disappear from a story that should carry weight, or when an explanation must be repeated constantly to remain believable. A difficult truth does not always arrive as a recovered scene. Sometimes it begins as a quiet contradiction you finally stop explaining away, and when you are ready to face it carefully, with evidence, patience, and support, the mind may no longer need to protect you from knowing what you have already begun to understand. Ordinary people can be convinced to hurt others within minutes. A terrible act does not always begin with hatred. Sometimes it begins with a small request that feels too ordinary to refuse. You enter a respectable room, meet a calm professional, agree to follow a simple procedure, and tell yourself that nothing truly serious is happening. Then the request becomes slightly more uncomfortable. You hesitate, but the previous step was harmless, and the next one is only a little stronger. By the time the situation openly conflicts with your conscience, you are no longer deciding from a clean beginning. You are standing at the end of a chain of decisions, each one making the next feel like a continuation rather than a new moral choice. This disturbing pattern was demonstrated in Stanley Milgram's famous obedience research at Yale University during the early 1960s. Participants were told that they were assisting with an experiment about learning and memory. They were assigned the role of teacher and instructed to deliver an increasingly powerful electric shock whenever another man answered incorrectly. The shock machine was fake, and the supposed learner was an actor who received no electricity, but the participants did not know this. They saw professional equipment, experienced a real sample shock, and believed that the man in the next room could be suffering. In the first published condition, 40 men from different occupations took part. 26 continued to the highest setting, even though many showed intense distress, protested, trembled, sweated, or asked to stop. The result was not that these people enjoyed cruelty. Their visible anguish suggested that many were acting against their own values while remaining trapped inside the structure of the experiment. The most important part of the procedure was not a single dramatic command. It was the gradual climb. The machine began at a low level and increased in small steps. Refusing at the beginning would have been easy because little had yet been invested, but the early instructions did not seem dangerous enough to justify rebellion. After giving several shocks, stopping required the participant to admit that the procedure they had already accepted might be wrong. The next switch did not feel like a leap from kindness to violence. It felt like one more movement in a task already underway. Psychologists sometimes describe this as escalating commitment. Once you have agreed, acted, and accepted the meaning of a situation, consistency begins pulling you forward. You may continue, not because the final action seems acceptable, but because each separate transition feels too small to become the moment when you suddenly refuse. Milgram's setting also reduced uncertainty in a powerful way. The experiment occurred at a respected university. The researcher appeared composed and competent. The task was presented as useful science rather than pointless harm. When the participant became confused, there was someone nearby who seemed to understand the larger purpose. In uncertain situations, people often look to the structure around them for evidence about what is normal. A calm room can make an alarming act seem controlled. Official equipment can make danger appear measured. A serious procedure can persuade you that someone else has already considered the ethical questions you are only beginning to ask. Yet none of these signals proves that an action is safe or right. They merely make doubt easier to postpone. The experiment also created a conflict between two social rules. One rule said that you should not harm an unwilling person. Another said that you should keep your agreement, respect expertise, complete the task, and avoid disrupting an important process. The participant was not choosing between obvious good and obvious evil. He was being pulled between obligations that normally help society function. This is precisely why the situation was so effective. Harm was hidden inside cooperation. The person did not need to become a sadist. He only needed to continue behaving like a helpful participant for a little longer. Modern ethics would not permit researchers to reproduce Milgram's full procedure in the same form because of the severe stress it caused. In a later partial replication, psychologist Jerry Berger carefully screened participants and ended the test at the point where the learner first strongly demanded to stop. Many participants still continued beyond that critical moment, suggesting that the pull Milgram observed was not limited to one group of men living in one decade. Although the newer study did not expose people to the original experiment's most extreme stages, these studies should not be interpreted as proof that nearly anyone will commit any atrocity when asked. A laboratory simulation is not the same as real violence, and many participants did refuse. Personality, culture, experience, trust, and the exact design of the situation all matter. The experiments also cannot explain every form of cruelty or reduce historical violence to one psychological mechanism. What they reveal is narrower and perhaps more useful. Moral behavior depends not only on what you believe in calm isolation, but also on whether you recognize the point at which an ordinary process has become dangerous. You may confidently imagine that you would immediately identify the threat and walk away. Most people asked to predict Milgram's results expected almost everyone to stop early. Yet those predictions were badly mistaken. The frightening weakness was not an absence of conscience. Conscience was present in the participants' questions, discomfort, and resistance. The weakness was that discomfort did not automatically become refusal. Feeling that something is wrong and ending your participation are separate psychological events. Between them lies embarrassment, uncertainty, commitment, and the hope that the person guiding the situation knows more than you do. This is why resistance is easier when it begins before the first compromise. A clear boundary made in advance requires less courage than a boundary invented while pressure is rising. Asking who may be harmed, what evidence supports the instruction, whether participation is truly voluntary, and what would make you stop can interrupt the gradual movement before it acquires momentum. You do not protect your morality merely by believing that you are good. You protect it by noticing the small permissions that teach you to tolerate what would once have shocked you. The lesson is not that an evil stranger lives secretly inside every ordinary person. It is that ordinary people can enter harmful systems while still thinking of themselves as cooperative, responsible, and decent. The most dangerous moment may not be when someone orders you to do something unmistakably cruel. It may be the earlier moment when you are asked to do something only slightly uncomfortable, and you silence your hesitation because refusing would feel impolite. Long before cruelty becomes obvious, the path toward it may already have begun beneath your feet, disguised as one reasonable step after another. Your brain may decide what you will do before you make the choice. Before the moment you experience as a decision, a silent competition may already be unfolding inside your brain, gathering strength until one possible action becomes the one you finally recognize as your choice. This idea became famous through experiments conducted by neuroscientist Benjamin Libet, who asked volunteers to make a simple wrist or finger movement whenever they felt the spontaneous urge to do so. While electrical activity was recorded from the scalp, participants watched a rapidly moving clock and later reported the position of its marker when they first became aware of wanting to move. The recordings revealed a slow rise in activity called the readiness potential, which began several hundred milliseconds before participants reported their conscious intention. The movement itself occurred later still. Libet concluded that the cerebral preparation for a voluntary action could begin before a person became consciously aware of deciding to perform it. At first, this seems to deliver a devastating message. Perhaps the brain chooses first, while consciousness arrives afterward and takes credit. You feel yourself deciding to raise a hand, but the machinery that will produce the movement has already started. The conscious you appears less like the author of the action, and more like someone entering a room after the meeting has begun. Yet the experiment was much narrower than the enormous philosophical conclusions often built upon it. The volunteers were not deciding whether to leave a relationship, admit a mistake, change careers, or sacrifice something valuable for another person. They had already agreed to move, knew which kind of movement they would make, and were choosing only the arbitrary moment at which to perform it. The readiness potential may therefore represent preparation, growing pressure to act, or general anticipation rather than a completed decision hidden inside the brain. It tells us that neural processes precede conscious awareness, but it does not prove that every meaningful choice has been secretly settled before you know it. Later research made the mystery deeper. In a widely discussed brain imaging study, participants freely chose whether to press a button with the left or right hand. Patterns in frontal and parietal brain regions contained information about the eventual choice several seconds before the participants reported becoming aware of deciding. But the prediction was far from perfect. The brain signal did not reveal the future with certainty. It only predicted the eventual response somewhat better than guessing. This difference is crucial. A faint bias toward one hand is not the same as an irreversible decision. The early activity may reflect tendencies competing below awareness, with the final outcome remaining unsettled until later. Your brain is constantly evaluating possibilities before a thought becomes clear enough to enter consciousness. When you choose a meal, answer a question, or decide where to look, systems involved in memory, emotion, movement, reward, and attention may begin shaping the result before you can describe what is happening. Conscious awareness may be the stage at which this hidden work becomes available for reflection, but it is unlikely to be the first point at which the process exists. Another challenge came from researchers who asked what the readiness potential actually means. Aaron Scherger and colleagues proposed that the familiar rise in brain activity might emerge when random fluctuations in neural activity gradually approach a threshold for movement. When a person is waiting to move at no particular time, small variations continuously rise and fall. A movement occurs when the activity happens to cross the required level. If researchers align many trials backward from the moment of movement and average them together, those random fluctuations can create the appearance of a smooth build-up, even if the brain was not forming a specific decision far in advance. In this interpretation, the readiness potential is not necessarily a secret command issued by an unconscious controller. It may be the statistical shadow of a process that remains uncertain until relatively close to the action. Even the reported timing of conscious intention is difficult to measure. Liebert's volunteers had to remember the position of a moving clock at the instant an urge first appeared. But an intention may not arrive as one sharp event. It can emerge gradually, like recognizing that you are becoming tired without knowing the precise second tiredness began. A later experiment using interruptions rather than retrospective clock reports estimated that awareness of the intention to move could arise earlier than Liebert's method suggested. These disagreements do not make the original discovery meaningless. They reveal how difficult it is to separate preparation, intention, decision, and awareness when all of them are unfolding inside the same living system. The phrase, "your brain decided before you did," also hides a strange assumption that you and your brain are two separate beings. The neural activity occurring before awareness is not produced by an intruder. It is part of you, shaped by your experiences, goals, habits, current surroundings, and everything you were already thinking before the experiment began. Consciousness may not stand outside the brain issuing commands like a ruler giving orders to a machine. It may be one layer within a larger decision process, receiving some information while other operations remain inaccessible. You do not consciously calculate every muscle movement required to reach for a glass, yet the action is still yours. In the same way, a choice can begin outside awareness, without becoming foreign to the person making it. What matters is not only where a decision starts, but how the whole system evaluates and controls it. Conscious thought may contribute by holding goals in mind, imagining consequences, reconsidering impulses, learning rules, and arranging the environment long before the final moment of action. When you decide in advance not to check your phone while working, place it in another room, and begin concentrating, you are influencing the conditions under which later automatic impulses will compete. The final urge may arise unconsciously, but it is entering a landscape partly designed by earlier conscious choices. This suggests that agency may operate across time rather than appearing in a single magical instant. Freedom, if it exists in a psychologically useful sense, may not mean creating actions from nowhere. It may mean being a system capable of reflection, inhibition, planning, learning, and changing which impulses are likely to control future behavior. The deepest lesson of these experiments is therefore not that you are powerless, nor that consciousness is merely decorative. It is that the experience of deciding may be the visible crest of a process whose greater portion remains below the surface. By the time a choice becomes a sentence in your mind, many influences may already have leaned toward it. A memory you did not deliberately summon, an emotional value you could not easily explain, a bodily state, an expectation, or a subtle cue in the room. Yet preparation is not always destiny, and prediction is not certainty. The brain can move toward an action without making that action inevitable. So when you next feel the clean and immediate certainty of, "I have decided," pause for a moment. The choice may not have begun where your awareness found it. It may have been forming quietly through countless processes that never introduced themselves, finally arriving in consciousness, not as a command from a stranger, but as the moment when one part of you became able to hear what the rest of you had already begun to say. You can confess to a crime you never committed and believe the confession. You could sit in an interrogation room knowing with complete certainty that you are innocent and leave hours later wondering whether your own mind has betrayed you. A confession seems like the strongest possible evidence because people naturally assume that no one would admit to a serious crime unless they had committed it. Yet documented exonerations have shown that innocent people sometimes confess, provide convincing statements, plead guilty, and even begin to doubt their own memories. Psychologists generally distinguish between several paths to a false confession. A voluntary false confession may be offered without direct pressure, sometimes because a person seeks attention, wants to protect someone else, or is experiencing severe psychological disturbance. A compliant false confession occurs when someone still knows they are innocent, but agrees to confess in order to escape an unbearable situation. End an exhausting interrogation, avoid a threatened consequence, or obtain what appears to be a safer outcome. The most unsettling form is an internalized false confession, in which the person begins to suspect that they may actually have committed the act despite having no reliable memory of doing so. These categories can overlap, and a person's beliefs may shift as questioning continues. The process rarely begins with someone calmly choosing to invent guilt. It often begins with isolation, uncertainty, fear, fatigue, and the growing belief that the authorities already possess unquestionable proof. Imagine being told that a camera captured you, that your fingerprints were found, or that a trusted witness saw you at the scene. In some legal systems, investigators have been permitted under certain circumstances to misrepresent evidence during questioning. An innocent suspect may initially reject the claim, but repeated assertions from confident interrogators can create a disturbing conflict. You trust your memory, yet everyone in the room behaves as though your guilt has already been established. The question slowly changes from, "Did I do this?" to "How could I have done this without remembering?" Research and innocence organizations identify false evidence claims, intimidation, prolonged isolation, exhaustion, promises of leniency, and difficulty understanding legal rights as factors that can increase the risk of false confession. With children and people with intellectual or communication difficulties facing particular vulnerability, pressure does not always need to sound like an explicit threat. Sometimes it arrives through minimization, a technique in which the act is made to seem understandable, accidental, or morally excusable. An interrogator may suggest that anyone under similar stress could have lost control, that the victim provoked the situation, or that admitting what happened is the only path toward help. Even without a direct promise, such language can imply that confession will bring relief, while continued denial will bring harsher consequences. When you are frightened and mentally exhausted, the immediate goal of leaving the room can become more powerful than the distant possibility of a trial. An innocent person may sign a statement while privately thinking that the mistake will be corrected later, never realizing that the confession itself may become the force that shapes everything that follows. Once a confession exists, witnesses may reinterpret what they saw, investigators may view uncertain evidence as confirmation, and decision-makers may struggle to believe that anyone would confess falsely. The confession does not merely enter the case, it can reorganize the meaning of the other evidence around it. Experimental research has demonstrated how quickly false evidence can influence both admission and belief. In a well-known study by Saul Kassin and Catherine Keichel, participants performed a computer task and were warned not to press a particular key because it would cause the computer to crash. The system was arranged to fail regardless of what they did, and every participant was falsely accused of pressing the forbidden key. When another person claimed to have witnessed the mistake, many innocent participants signed a confession. Some began privately accepting responsibility, and some even invented details about how they might have caused the failure. This was not a criminal interrogation and cannot reproduce the terror or consequences of a real case, but it showed that false incriminating evidence can produce compliance, self-doubt, and confabulation even when the accused person originally knows they did nothing wrong. Internalization becomes possible because confidence in memory is not the same as memory itself. You have experienced moments when you cannot remember locking a door, sending a message, or placing an object somewhere. Usually the uncertainty is harmless. Under pressure, however, that ordinary gap can be presented as evidence of hidden guilt. If an authority repeatedly tells you that the event occurred during anger, intoxication, panic, or a blackout, the absence of memory may begin to feel suspicious rather than exonerating. You may search your imagination for a possible sequence, and the very act of repeatedly picturing one can make it feel increasingly familiar. Familiarity is then mistaken for recollection. Details suggested during questioning may later return without their source attached, leaving you unsure whether you remembered them, inferred them, or were told them. This does not mean that investigators can implant any elaborate belief into any person, nor that every disputed confession is false. Most confessions are supported by evidence, and resistance, personality, legal knowledge, interview conditions, and the nature of the accusation all influence what happens. The danger lies in assuming that innocence provides automatic protection. An innocent person may actually feel unusually safe at the beginning because they believe the truth will inevitably become obvious. They may waive legal protections, speak freely, guess when uncertain, and remain in the room longer than a guilty person who understands the risk. Their faith in the system can make them more cooperative at precisely the moment when caution is most necessary. The clearest safeguards therefore focus not on guessing whether a suspect looks sincere, but on preserving the entire process. Recording custodial interviews from beginning to end, limiting coercive and deceptive tactics, providing access to counsel, protecting vulnerable suspects, and testing whether a confession contains accurate details that were not suggested or publicly known. The deepest lesson is not that your mind is weak or that memory is useless. It is that certainty depends partly on the conditions in which you are asked to defend it. Place a person in isolation, remove ordinary sources of reassurance, repeat an accusation with apparent evidence, and offer confession as the only visible exit, and even innocence can begin to feel less solid. A false confession may start as words spoken to stop the pressure, then become a story repeated so often that the speaker begins searching for ways it could be true. By the end, the person may no longer be lying to the interrogator. They may be trying to explain a crime that never happened through a memory that was never there. And that leaves you with a difficult question. When everyone around you claims to know what you did better than you do, how long could you continue trusting the silence inside your own mind? A group can make you deny what you clearly see with your own eyes. You may trust your eyes completely until every person around you calmly insists that you are seeing the wrong thing. In the 1950s, psychologist Solomon Asch designed a deceptively simple experiment to examine what happens when private perception collides with a unanimous group. Participants were shown one vertical line and asked to choose which of 3 comparison lines matched it in length. The correct answer was usually obvious, and when people answered alone, mistakes were rare. But each real participant was seated among several people who were secretly working with the researcher. On selected trials, these group members all gave the same clearly incorrect answer before the participant responded. Nothing threatened the participant physically. No authority ordered obedience, no reward was offered, and the task required no specialized knowledge. The pressure came only from hearing one person after another confidently describe the same visible reality in a way that contradicted the participants' own eyes. Across Asch's classic studies, participants agreed with the incorrect majority on roughly 1/3 of the critical trials, and most conformed at least once, although a substantial minority resisted throughout. This does not mean that everyone instantly stopped recognizing the correct line. Interviews suggested that some participants knew the group was wrong, but gave the same answer anyway because they did not want to appear foolish, difficult, or strangely different. Others began to distrust their own judgment, wondering whether they had misunderstood the instructions or missed something everyone else could see. These 2 reactions reveal different forms of social influence. Normative influence occurs when you publicly agree in order to avoid rejection or embarrassment, even though your private belief remains unchanged. Informational influence occurs when the group's agreement makes you treat other people as evidence, causing genuine uncertainty about your own perception. In ordinary life, these processes often blend together. You may first remain silent because disagreement feels uncomfortable, then later interpret your silence as evidence that the group was probably right. The experiment became more revealing when Asch changed the social arrangement. If even one other person gave the correct answer, conformity dropped dramatically. The ally did not need to be especially persuasive or confident. Their presence simply broke the illusion that the group was completely united. This suggests that unanimity can be more powerful than group size. Several people repeating the same claim may feel overwhelming, but the appearance that absolutely everyone agrees creates a special kind of pressure. One dissenting voice restores an alternative social reality. It tells you that disagreement is possible and that isolation is not inevitable. Interestingly, conformity also weakened when a group member gave an answer that was different from both the majority and the participant. Even an imperfect dissenter could loosen the majority's control by destroying unanimity. The lesson is not merely that people imitate crowds. Your mind uses the reactions of others to interpret uncertain situations, because this is often useful. If everyone suddenly runs from a building, following them before you understand the danger may save your life. If several experienced people notice a problem you missed, revising your judgment can be intelligent rather than weak. The difficulty arises when a reliable social survival mechanism is applied to a situation in which the group is confidently mistaken. Repetition begins to resemble evidence, confidence begins to resemble competence, and agreement begins to resemble truth. Modern replications and related studies have found that conformity varies with culture, task difficulty, social setting, and whether responses are public or private. People tend to conform more when the judgment is ambiguous, when the group matters to them, and when their disagreement will be visible. Private responding often reduces pressure because the social cost of honesty becomes smaller, yet conformity is not automatic. Many participants in Ash's studies continued giving the correct answer, despite standing alone, sometimes while visibly uncomfortable. Their resistance shows that social pressure can influence judgment without making independence impossible. It also reveals that courage in such moments may look surprisingly undramatic. It can be nothing more than saying the name of the line you actually see, while every voice before yours has named another. The deeper danger appears when the question is no longer a line on a card, but a rumor, a prejudice, a workplace practice, or a public accusation. In those settings, the correct answer may be less obvious. The consequences of dissent may be greater, and the group may control the information available to you. You can then begin adjusting not only what you say, but what you notice. Contradictory evidence receives less attention. Doubts remain unspoken. Each silent person looks around, sees everyone else appearing certain, and mistakenly concludes that they alone are uneasy. A false consensus can survive because its members are privately waiting for someone else to break it. This is why asking people to form an opinion before hearing the group, collecting independent judgments, protecting anonymous disagreement, and deliberately inviting dissent can improve collective decisions. These practices do not guarantee truth, but they prevent agreement from being manufactured too early. So the most unsettling discovery in Ash's experiment is not simply that a group can make you give a false answer. It is that social reality can become strong enough to compete with direct perception while remaining almost invisible as a force. You may feel that you are freely reconsidering what you saw, when in fact you are measuring your vision against the risk of standing alone. And the next time a room speaks with one voice, the question worth asking may not be whether you are brave enough to oppose everyone. It may be whether each person in that room is privately waiting for someone like you to speak first. Your mind can create reasons for decisions you never actually made. The explanation you give for a choice may be perfectly convincing, even when the choice you are explaining was never yours. You usually experience your reasons as if they were stored beside the decision, ready to be inspected whenever someone asks why you preferred one face, one product, or one opinion over another. Yet, psychological research suggests that introspection often gives you access to the result of a mental process without revealing every step that produced it. When the true process is unavailable, the mind may construct an explanation from what is visible now, using context, expectations, and general knowledge about what a reasonable person might choose. This is not necessarily deliberate dishonesty. You can speak sincerely, confidently, and in detail while describing causes that played little or no role in what actually happened. Psychologists Petter Johansson and his colleagues demonstrated this through a striking series of experiments on what they called choice blindness. Participants were shown pairs of photographs and asked to select the face they found more attractive. Immediately afterward, the researcher handed them the supposedly chosen photograph and asked them to explain their preference. On some trials, however, a concealed card trick allowed the researcher to give them the face they had rejected. Many participants failed to notice the exchange and calmly explained why they had chosen the unselected face, pointing to qualities such as the expression, hairstyle, or apparent personality. Their explanations were not random collections of words. They were often specific, coherent, and closely connected to the photograph now in front of them, even though those features could not have caused the original decision. The experiment revealed a gap between choosing and knowing why you chose. Once the substituted outcome was presented as yours, your mind had a new problem to solve. Not, what happened, but why did I do this? Instead of first verifying the premise, it could accept the social signal that a decision had been made and begin creating a plausible account. The offered photograph became evidence about your own preference. You might notice warm eyes, a confident smile, or a more interesting expression, and because these observations genuinely exist, the explanation can feel authentic. The false part is not necessarily the quality you notice. It is the belief that this quality caused the earlier choice. The reason is assembled after the outcome and then mistaken for a record of the process that produced it. Researchers later observed similar effects with tastes and smells. People sampled 2 jams or teas, selected the one they preferred, and were sometimes given the rejected option when asked to taste their choice again and justify it. Many did not detect the switch, even when the flavors were noticeably different, and they generated reasons for preferring what they had originally rejected. Choice blindness has also been demonstrated with moral and political statements, although stronger and more central convictions are generally harder to reverse without detection. In one large political study, manipulated answers often went unnoticed, yet participants showed lower confidence in altered responses than in responses that had not been changed, suggesting that some mismatch could influence their certainty even when they did not consciously identify the manipulation. These findings do not mean that all preferences are imaginary, or that you never understand your own motives. People detect many substitutions, especially when the difference is large, the choice is strongly held, or the original option is remembered clearly. They also do not prove that someone can freely replace your deepest values with a single trick. Choice blindness appears to depend on the kind of decision, the strength of preference, attention, memory, and how similar the alternatives are. But it does challenge the comforting belief that a detailed explanation must have been retrieved from an accurate inner record. Long before choice blindness experiments, psychologists Richard Nisbett and Timothy Wilson argued that people often have limited direct access to the mental processes connecting a stimulus to a response. When asked to explain themselves, they may rely on culturally familiar theories about what usually influences people, then apply those theories to their own behavior. Suppose you select one shirt from several nearly similar options, and later say you chose it because the fabric looked more durable. Perhaps durability genuinely influenced you, but perhaps its position made it easier to notice. Its color briefly matched your mood, another shopper touched it first, or your attention settled on it for reasons you never consciously registered. When asked why, you search not through a complete recording of the decision, but through the evidence currently available. The shirt is in your hand. The material appears durable. Durability sounds like the sort of reason you value. A story forms. And because the story is sensible, it becomes difficult to distinguish from memory. In this way, reasons can sometimes function less like hidden causes being uncovered, and more like interpretations built to make behavior understandable. This can even influence what happens next. After defending a preference, You may become more committed to it because your own explanation now supplies a stable identity. You are the kind of person who values durability, subtle expressions, or a particular moral principle. The justification created after the choice can guide later choices, turning a temporary explanation into a more lasting preference. Your story about the decision may therefore become true in the future, even if it was incomplete in the past. This helps explain why people can grow increasingly certain while repeatedly discussing an opinion. Each explanation is not merely a report, it is another act of construction. You select supporting details, connect them into a pattern, and hear yourself state the result. The spoken account becomes new evidence about who you are. None of this makes reflection useless. It means reflection becomes more reliable when it includes uncertainty. Instead of assuming that the first reason entering your mind must be the cause, you can ask what else differed between the options, whether you held the same preference before explaining it, and what evidence might change your view. Recording a decision before learning its outcome can also expose how much later knowledge reshapes the story. When choosing something important, you might write down not only what you selected, but what information mattered, what alternatives you rejected, and how confident you were. Later, you can compare the original record with the cleaner narrative memory has created. You may discover that your past self was more uncertain, conflicted, or influenced by circumstance than your present explanation suggests. The unsettling truth is not that there is a liar hiding inside you. It is that the mind values coherence, and coherence can be produced even when direct access to a cause is missing. A reason can sound intelligent, match the evidence in front of you, and feel deeply personal while still being a reconstruction. So when someone asks why you made a choice, perhaps the most honest answer is not always the fastest one. There may be motives you can identify, influences you can only infer, and details that will remain unknown. The person you become is shaped not only by the decisions you make, but by the explanations you accept afterward. And sometimes the story that feels most like self-knowledge begins only after the mind has quietly forgotten to check whether the choice at its center was ever yours. Someone can slowly replace your reality without ever telling a direct lie. Your reality can be edited without a single sentence being completely false. The person doing it does not always need to invent events, deny visible evidence, or tell you that something never happened. They may simply control which facts receive attention, which details are removed from the story, and which interpretation is repeated until it becomes easier to accept than your own. Perhaps they arrive hours late and admit it, but spend the conversation explaining how unreasonable you are for caring. Perhaps they insult you and later agree that the words were spoken, while insisting that any sensible person would have understood them as a joke. Perhaps they never forbid you from seeing your friends, but question their motives before every visit, create conflict afterward, and describe your desire for independence as evidence that you are disloyal. Every individual statement may contain enough truth to be defended, yet together they can form a system in which your experience is continuously translated for you by someone who benefits from controlling its meaning. This is one of the more subtle forms of gaslighting and coercive control. Gaslighting is not simply disagreement, forgetfulness, defensiveness, or two people remembering an event differently. Researchers describe it as a repeated interpersonal pattern that undermines another person's confidence in their perceptions, memories, or interpretations, often weakening their sense of agency over time. Direct lying can be part of that pattern, but it is not the only tool available. A manipulator can use selective truth, omission, implication, emotional punishment, shifting standards, and control over context. Instead of saying, "You did not hear that," they may say, "You always assume the worst." Instead of denying that you were hurt, they may answer, "Your reaction proves how unstable you have become." The event remains technically acknowledged, but attention is redirected from what they did to whether you are qualified to interpret it. You enter the conversation trying to discuss their behavior and leave defending your personality. This reversal matters because it changes who is treated as the reliable witness. At first, you may continue trusting your own judgment. You know what was said. how the pattern has developed, and why it concerns you. But the other person responds with calm certainty, while portraying your certainty as aggression, confusion, jealousy, or oversensitivity. They may remember every detail that supports them and question every detail that supports you. When you produce a message, they argue about its tone. When you explain the tone, they debate the surrounding circumstances. When you establish the circumstances, they insist that your intention in raising the issue is the real problem. There is no final piece of evidence that ends the discussion, because the purpose may not be to discover what happened. The purpose may be to retain control over what the event is allowed to mean. Over time, this can train you to approach your own experiences as if they require external approval. You begin rehearsing conversations before speaking, collecting proof for ordinary feelings, and examining your reactions for defects before asking whether another person behaved unfairly. The manipulation becomes especially powerful when the same individual is both the source of confusion and the person you depend on to resolve it. Human beings develop a sense of shared reality partly through trusted relationships. You compare impressions, exchange memories, and use other people's reactions to judge whether your interpretation is reasonable. A close partner, family member, supervisor, caregiver, or respected professional therefore has unusual influence when they repeatedly position themselves as the more rational observer. A recent theoretical framework suggests that gaslighting can work by exploiting needs for attachment, self-verification, and a shared understanding of events, eventually reducing confidence and personal agency. The manipulator may strengthen this influence by quietly weakening alternative sources of reality. They do not need to say that your friends are forbidden. They can describe those friends as immature, hostile, envious, or dangerous, until contacting them feels like an act that must be justified. They may not confiscate your money, but can question every purchase, create uncertainty about shared resources, or make independence seem financially impossible. Coercive control research emphasizes that domination often develops through an accumulating pattern of isolation, intimidation, regulation, and restriction, rather than through one easily identifiable incident. This cumulative nature is why the target may struggle to explain what is wrong. Each episode sounds small when removed from the others. One cancelled plan, one criticism, one misunderstanding, one demand for reassurance, one argument over money. The controlling pattern exists in the relationship between the events, but the manipulator insists that each event be judged separately. You are asked to prove an entire climate by presenting a single drop of rain. Another technique is to preserve plausible deniability. The person may avoid clear commands and instead create predictable consequences. You are free to disagree, but disagreement leads to hours of coldness. You are free to leave the house, but returning produces accusations and interrogation. You are free to express hurt, but doing so means losing affection until you apologize. Eventually, the command no longer needs to be spoken because you have learned the cost attached to each option. From the outside, you may appear to be making voluntary choices. From the inside, your choices have been narrowed by consequences that remain officially unacknowledged. Psychological entrapment can deepen when a harmed person begins minimizing or redefining mistreatment in order to preserve an important bond that also provides security, identity, or practical support. The person controlling the relationship may then point to your continued presence as proof that nothing serious is happening. You would leave if it were truly bad. Sounds logical only when the forces making departure difficult are removed from the story. None of this means that every insensitive partner, mistaken friend, defensive relative, or disagreeable manager is deliberately replacing another person's reality. People misremember, protect their pride, interpret events differently, and sometimes fail to understand the harm they cause. The distinction lies in the pattern and its direction. In an ordinary conflict, both people can question each other, examine evidence, revise their understanding, and retain the right to describe their own feelings. In a manipulative pattern, uncertainty moves mostly one way. One person's memory is treated as authoritative while yours is treated as defective. Their emotion explains their behavior while your emotion discredits your judgment. Their boundaries deserve respect while yours require debate. The repeated outcome is not mutual understanding, but your increasing dependence on their interpretation. This is also why simply becoming better at arguing may not solve the problem. You may believe that one perfectly organized explanation will finally make them understand, but a person committed to controlling the frame can always move the frame. Greater detail provides more material to challenge. Longer conversations produce more moments that can be taken out of context. You can spend hours proving the accuracy of one memory, while overlooking the larger fact that healthy relationships do not require you to conduct a trial every time you describe being hurt. Rebuilding confidence begins not with declaring every feeling infallible, but with restoring independent points of reference. Written records can help you notice patterns that become blurred during repeated reinterpretation. Speaking privately with trusted people can reveal whether your world has become unusually narrow. A qualified therapist or support service can help distinguish ordinary conflict from systematic psychological control without dictating what you must believe. Research on advocacy for people experiencing intimate partner abuse highlights the value of information, safety planning, and access to practical and social resources, especially because confrontation or separation can carry real risks in controlling relationships. The goal is not to replace the manipulator's certainty with another person's certainty. It is to return your ability to observe, compare, question, and decide. The most disturbing form of manipulation may therefore be the one that leaves facts standing while slowly taking away your authority to interpret them. Nothing has to be entirely fabricated. Your world can be altered through emphasis, silence, consequence, and repetition until you begin consulting the person who unsettles you to discover whether you have the right to feel unsettled. And perhaps the first opening appears not when you finally prove that every one of your memories is perfect, but when you recognize a simpler truth. You do not need flawless perception to notice that someone repeatedly becomes more powerful whenever you doubt yourself. You may be capable of cruelty you cannot imagine until the situation demands it. The version of you sitting safely in a quiet room cannot fully predict the person who might appear when fear, rage, exhaustion, humiliation, or desperation takes control of the moment. You may be certain that there are things you could never say, punishments you could never inflict, and boundaries you could never cross, and that certainty may be sincere. Yet it is being formed in a relatively calm state, with time to reflect and no urgent threat narrowing your attention. Psychologists use the term hot-cold empathy gap to describe how difficult it is to imagine the influence of a powerful emotional or bodily state while you are outside it. When you are calm, you tend to underestimate how strongly hunger, pain, panic, anger, craving, or arousal could change your priorities. When you are inside one of those states, it can become equally difficult to remember how the world looked before it began. This does not mean that emotion removes responsibility or transforms every decent person into someone violent. It means that your moral self-portrait is partly based on behavior you have imagined under conditions you have not actually experienced. A person may picture themselves responding to betrayal with dignity, then discover that humiliation creates an overwhelming desire to wound the person who wounded them. Someone may believe they would remain patient during prolonged pressure, then become harsh after days of pain and inadequate sleep. Sleep loss does more than make you tired. Experimental and review evidence connects it with poorer emotional regulation, greater negative mood, reduced recognition of important social cues, and a lower willingness to help others. None of these changes guarantees cruelty, but together they can reduce the psychological distance between an angry impulse and an action. Under intense stress, attention often becomes narrower. The mind begins prioritizing whatever seems most urgent, stopping the threat, regaining control, escaping shame, protecting status, or ending discomfort. The suffering of another person may remain visible, yet it competes with a goal that suddenly feels more immediate. This is one reason cruelty does not always feel like cruelty to the person performing it. In the moment, it may feel like correction, defense, repayment, discipline, or the restoration of fairness. Anger is especially important because it can create a sense that someone has violated a rule and deserves a consequence. But anger and aggression are not identical. You can feel intense anger without harming anyone, and people sometimes use anger to confront injustice constructively. Experimental work separates the emotional experience of anger from the decision to punish, showing that related but distinct processes are involved. The danger appears when anger supplies energy while the situation supplies permission. A person who would normally be disturbed by another's pain may become focused on proving a point, winning a confrontation, or making the other person understand what they have caused. The harm then becomes a tool rather than the central object of attention. You may not think, "I want to be cruel." You may think, "They need to learn. I cannot let them get away with this." Or, "I am only giving back what they gave me." The sentence changes the emotional meaning of the same act. This is why cruelty is often easier when it can be experienced as necessary. The mind does not need to stop knowing that another person is suffering. It only needs to decide that the suffering serves a purpose more important than mercy. Your predictions about your own morality are also less reliable than they feel. Research comparing imagined moral behavior with actual behavior has found that people can misjudge what they will do because they fail to anticipate the emotions present during the real event. Interestingly, these errors do not always make people look better than they are. In some experiments, participants predicted that they would cheat more than people placed in the actual situation did, suggesting that immediate emotions can sometimes restrain wrongdoing rather than encourage it. This complication matters. Psychology does not support the simple story that a savage self is waiting inside everyone for the first opportunity to escape. Situations can expose cruelty, but they can also awaken courage, compassion, disgust at wrongdoing, or a stronger sense of responsibility than you expected. The honest conclusion is not that you are secretly evil. It is that you do not completely know which motives will become strongest until values, emotions, and consequences collide in real time. Individual differences still matter. Some people regulate anger more effectively, recover from humiliation more quickly, or feel another person's distress more strongly. Past learning, temperament, substance use, fatigue, perceived danger, and the availability of an escape all influence the outcome. Even a person who behaves cruelly in one condition may behave generously in another, not because character is meaningless, but because character operates through circumstances rather than outside them. You are always meeting the world with a particular body, history, level of exhaustion, and interpretation of what is happening. The question is therefore not only whether you are a good person, but what happens to your goodness when you feel trapped, insulted, afraid, or certain that someone deserves pain. This is where moral preparation becomes more useful than moral confidence. Telling yourself that you would never lose control offers little protection if you have never identified the states in which your judgment becomes unreliable. A person who knows that humiliation makes them reckless can leave before responding. Someone who recognizes that exhaustion makes them cold can postpone an irreversible decision. A person entering a conflict can decide in advance which actions remain forbidden, even if anger later makes them seem justified. These are not signs of weakness. They are ways of respecting the difference between the calm mind that creates a principle and the heated mind that may later try to negotiate it away. You can also learn to recognize the moment when another person's suffering stops feeling like information and begins feeling like victory. That shift is easy to hide beneath arguments about justice, but it is often where punishment starts turning into cruelty. The most dangerous belief may be that only monsters need such safeguards. When you imagine cruel people as a separate species, you protect your identity but leave your behavior unexamined. You search for evil in permanent traits and fail to notice the temporary conditions that make harm feel reasonable. Yet accepting your capacity for cruelty does not require believing that cruelty is inevitable. It allows you to build limits before you need them. to distrust decisions made at the peak of rage, and to remember that feeling justified is not the same as being just. Perhaps there are versions of you that should never be given complete control, not because they reveal your hidden essence, but because they emerge when your world has become too narrow to contain anyone else's pain. And the quiet strength of knowing this is that you do not have to wait for an extreme moment to discover who you might become. You can decide now that when a situation seems to demand cruelty, the demand itself will be questioned before another human being is made to pay for it. The human brain can learn to feel nothing while another person suffers. The first cry of pain may stop you completely, while the 100th can become part of the background, and that gradual silence inside you may arrive without any conscious decision to stop caring. The human brain does not respond to another person's suffering through a single switch called empathy. It uses several partly separate processes. One helps you recognize what another person is feeling, another creates an emotional echo of that feeling inside you, and another motivates you to protect or assist them. You can therefore understand someone's pain accurately while feeling very little of it yourself, or feel overwhelmed by their suffering without knowing how to help. When people observe another person in pain, brain regions involved in emotional significance and bodily awareness, especially parts of the anterior insular and cingulate cortex, often become active. These areas do not reproduce the victim's exact physical pain, but they help create the unpleasant sense that something harmful is happening to another human being. Yet this response is flexible. It can be strengthened, weakened, redirected, or deliberately regulated according to experience, attention, relationships, and the demands of the situation. This flexibility is necessary because feeling the full emotional force of every suffering person you encounter would make sustained care almost impossible. A paramedic cannot collapse beside every injured patient. A surgeon cannot perform a delicate procedure while emotionally reacting to each cut as though it were happening to someone they love. Studies comparing physicians and people without medical training have found that professional experience can be associated with reduced automatic neural responses when viewing painful medical procedures. This does not necessarily mean that the physician has become cold or indifferent. The reduced response may free attention for diagnosis, judgment, and effective action. In other words, feeling less can sometimes make helping more possible. The danger begins when emotional regulation becomes emotional disappearance, when the brain learns not merely to remain steady, but to stop treating another person's distress as important. Repeated exposure can contribute to this shift because the nervous system is designed to notice change. A new sound immediately captures attention, but a sound that continues without consequence gradually becomes easier to ignore. Something similar can happen with suffering. The first image of an injured stranger may provoke shock, but repeated images can become familiar. Familiarity reduces surprise, and reduced surprise can weaken the urgency that once demanded a response. This is not proof that repeated exposure always destroys compassion. People differ greatly, and some become more committed to helping. But when exposure is constant, and there is little opportunity to recover or act meaningfully, the mind may defend itself through emotional distancing. Suffering is turned into a case, a number, a task, or another scene to survive before the day ends. This response is often described as empathic distress rather than compassion itself. Empathic distress is focused partly on the unbearable discomfort produced inside the observer. It creates the urge to escape, look away, or become numb. Compassion is different. It recognizes suffering while maintaining a warmer, more stable motivation to help. Research on mental training suggests that people can learn to shift from overwhelming empathic distress toward compassion, with the two states showing different emotional and neural patterns. This distinction explains why someone can feel another person's pain intensely, yet offer little support, while another person can remain emotionally calm and still act with extraordinary care. Feeling another's suffering is not the same as valuing them, and emotional intensity is not the same as moral concern. Your response is also shaped by what you believe about the suffering person. Empathic reactions can be reduced when someone is disliked, viewed as responsible for their pain, or placed outside the observer's circle of concern. One study found that neural responses to pain changed according to whether another person had previously behaved fairly or unfairly, showing that empathy is influenced by learned social evaluations rather than being distributed equally and automatically. The brain quietly asks questions before allowing another person's pain to enter fully. Is this person close to me? Do they deserve sympathy? Can I do anything? Will paying attention cost me too much? These judgments may occur so quickly that the resulting numbness feels natural. You simply notice that one person's suffering moves you while another's barely registers, without seeing the hidden classification that came first. Institutions can reinforce this emotional narrowing even when no one openly teaches cruelty. If workers are rewarded only for speed, punished for hesitation, and exposed to distress without adequate rest or support, emotional distance can become a survival skill. At first, the person may intentionally suppress a reaction to complete the task. Later, the reaction may stop arriving with the same strength. What began as temporary protection becomes a habitual way of seeing. The person may still know intellectually that someone is suffering, but the knowledge no longer produces the internal resistance it once did. This is why numbness should not always be mistaken for an inborn absence of empathy. It can be learned through repetition, overload, perceived helplessness, and the constant need to function. It can also be unlearned or redirected. Compassion training has been associated with increased caring feelings and changes in brain responses to suffering, suggesting that emotional patterns are not fixed in only one direction. Rest, meaningful contact, perspective taking, and the ability to perform a helpful action may also prevent suffering from becoming mere background. Although no single practice can erase the effects of severe burnout or prolonged traumatic exposure, the unsettling lesson is that your heart does not automatically remain open simply because you believe yourself to be a caring person. Attention has limits, emotional systems adapt, and repeated pain can be transformed from an emergency into scenery. But the opposite lesson is equally important. Feeling less in the moment does not always mean that compassion is gone. Sometimes the mind lowers the volume so that your hands can remain useful. The question is what happens after the task is over. Do you return to the person behind the wound, the message, or the exhausted face? Or do you continue treating their suffering as an inconvenience that no longer deserves to enter you? Perhaps the true measure of humanity is not whether you feel every pain with unbearable intensity, but whether you continue recognizing its importance after familiarity has made it easy to feel almost nothing. A loving relationship can rewire you to become addicted to fear. Love can become most difficult to leave when the person who comforts your fear is also the person who keeps creating it. At first, the relationship may feel unusually intense rather than dangerous. Affection arrives with extraordinary warmth. Attention feels almost constant, and moments of closeness seem to confirm that you have finally found someone who understands you completely. Then the atmosphere changes. Approval is withdrawn, criticism appears, jealousy is presented as devotion, or an unpredictable outburst leaves you searching for the mistake that caused it. Just as anxiety becomes unbearable, tenderness returns. There may be an apology, a promise, a peaceful evening, or a sudden restoration of the person you first loved. The relief can feel so powerful that it is mistaken for a deeper form of intimacy. What is happening is not literally an addiction to fear in the same clinical sense as dependence on a drug, and scientists should not pretend that every unstable relationship produces a specific neurological addiction. A more accurate explanation involves attachment, stress learning, intermittent reinforcement, and the powerful contrast between threat and relief. When kindness is reliable, your nervous system gradually learns that closeness is safe. When kindness appears unpredictably between episodes of fear, your attention becomes fixed on detecting the next change. Uncertain rewards can be unusually persistent because you never know which attempt will bring warmth back. You may monitor messages, facial expressions, footsteps, pauses, and small changes in tone, hoping to identify the correct behavior that restores peace. Research on traumatic bonding has linked strong attachment in abusive relationships with intermittent mistreatment and unequal power. Although traumatic bonding is a psychological framework rather than a universal explanation for why people remain, the cycle can teach your body that anxiety is the beginning of connection. A period of coldness makes you seek reassurance. Reassurance arrives and reduces the distress. The reduction feels like proof that the bond is precious. Yet part of the intensity comes from contrast. Ordinary affection may feel gentle, but affection after terror can feel enormous because it ends a state your body urgently wants to escape. The partner becomes associated with both alarm and relief, creating a painful contradiction. The person you may need protection from is also the person from whom you seek protection. This can produce hypervigilance, a condition in which attention remains unusually alert for signs of danger. You may become exceptionally skilled at reading the other person's mood, while becoming less aware of your own needs. One study of women who had experienced intimate partner abuse found that heightened sensitivity to a perpetrator's feelings and needs was associated with a greater likelihood of returning to the abusive partner. From the outside, returning may look irrational. From inside the relationship, it can feel like the only action capable of ending panic, loneliness, uncertainty, or the loss of a future you were repeatedly promised. Attachment systems are designed to move you toward important people when you feel threatened. In a safe relationship, that movement brings protection. In a harmful relationship, the same attachment response can pull you toward the source of danger, especially when affection and fear have become tightly connected. Attachment anxiety and dependency have also been associated with stronger post-traumatic stress symptoms among people exposed to intimate partner violence. Although these findings describe risk patterns and do not mean that a particular attachment style causes abuse or makes a victim responsible for it, the relationship may gradually reorganize your world. Calm periods become times of recovery rather than genuine safety. You may stop asking whether the relationship is healthy and begin asking how long the peace will last. Instead of judging the other person's behavior, you judge your ability to prevent it. A good day then feels like evidence that the relationship can still be saved, while a bad day feels like evidence that you failed to manage it correctly. This shift can make departure increasingly difficult, because leaving does not only mean losing a person. It may mean losing the anticipated return of tenderness, the identity built around repairing the relationship, and the hope that the loving version of the partner will eventually become permanent. Practical forces can make the bond even stronger. Financial dependence, isolation, threats, children, housing, immigration status, shame, and fear of escalation. Coercive control is associated with significant symptoms of post-traumatic stress and depression, showing that the damage often comes from a sustained pattern of domination rather than from one isolated incident. None of this means that intense love, occasional conflict, or reconciliation after an argument is automatically abusive. Healthy relationships also include mistakes, forgiveness, and emotional repair. The difference is that genuine repair increases safety, accountability, and freedom over time. In a fear-based cycle, reconciliation resets the relationship without changing the conditions that produced the harm. Promises replace responsibility, relief replaces resolution, and the target becomes increasingly careful while the person causing the fear remains increasingly powerful. The brain is not choosing suffering because it enjoys pain. It is learning from repetition that closeness, danger, loss, and relief belong to the same person. That learning can be changed, but safety usually matters more than willpower. Distance from the cycle, reliable social support, trauma-informed therapy, practical resources, and carefully planned choices can help the nervous system discover that peace does not have to be earned by surviving fear first. Separation can sometimes increase danger in controlling relationships, so leaving is not always a single simple act and may require confidential support and safety planning rather than confrontation. The most important truth is that emotional intensity is not proof of emotional safety. A relationship can make your heart race because you feel deeply loved, but it can also make your heart race because your body is waiting for the next threat. When fear is repeatedly followed by affection, you may begin longing not for the fear itself, but for the overwhelming relief that comes when it stops. And perhaps the clearest sign of love is not how desperately you miss someone after they hurt you, but whether your mind and body are allowed to become quiet while they are near. Your strongest beliefs may exist only to protect your identity. Some beliefs do more than describe the world. They quietly hold together the person you believe yourself to be. You may think you defend your strongest convictions because the evidence is overwhelming, the logic is clear, or the truth is simply obvious, and sometimes that is exactly why you defend them. But certain beliefs become connected to your dignity, morality, history, relationships, and sense of belonging so deeply that questioning them no longer feels like examining an idea. It feels like placing your identity on trial. A belief such as, I am a good judge of character, my family would never deceive me, people like us understand how the world really works, or I earned everything through my own choices, may support far more than one conclusion. It can preserve your trust in people you love, justify sacrifices you have made, explain your place in society, and protect you from painful doubts about your past. If strong evidence threatens that belief, accepting the evidence may require more than changing your mind. You may have to admit that you trusted the wrong person, harmed someone without intending to, invested years in a mistaken cause, or built part of your identity around a story that is no longer sustainable. The mind therefore faces two goals that do not always agree: understanding reality accurately and preserving a coherent, valuable image of the self. Research on motivated reasoning suggests that people can evaluate information differently when a preferred conclusion protects an important goal, while identity protective cognition describes how beliefs may be maintained because they affirm loyalty, values, or membership, rather than because they have survived a neutral examination of evidence. This protection is rarely experienced as a conscious decision to ignore the truth. You do not usually hear yourself think, "This evidence is convincing, but accepting it would threaten me, so I will reject it." The process is subtler. A supporting claim immediately seems relevant, while a contradictory one appears incomplete. A source that agrees with you feels informed and trustworthy, while an equally qualified source that disagrees seems biased or suspicious. You notice weaknesses in opposing arguments with remarkable precision, yet treat weaknesses on your own side as minor details that do not affect the central truth. The mind does not need to prevent you from seeing the evidence. It can protect identity by changing how demanding you are when judging it. Evidence that supports you may be admitted through the front door after a brief inspection. Evidence that threatens you may be questioned at every step, asked to prove more, explain more, and survive standards that no supporting claim was ever required to meet. This does not mean that criticism of unwanted evidence is always defensive. Skepticism is necessary, sources can be poor, and disagreement may be rational. The warning sign is asymmetry. Whether your standard of proof quietly changes depending on what accepting the conclusion would say about you. Cognitive dissonance helps explain why this happens. When actions, beliefs, and self-image conflict, people can experience psychological tension and become motivated to reduce it. They might change their behavior or revise the belief, but they can also reinterpret the contradiction, minimize its importance, add a justification, or avoid reminders that keep the conflict alive. Suppose you see yourself as compassionate, but learn that a decision you supported caused preventable suffering. One response is to reconsider the decision. Another is to decide that the harmed people were irresponsible, that the consequences were unavoidable, or that anyone criticizing the decision must have a dishonest motive. Each added explanation protects the statement, "I am compassionate," without requiring you to examine whether your behavior matched it. The belief survives because it is performing emotional work. It keeps guilt manageable, preserves continuity with your past, and prevents one difficult fact from spreading into a larger crisis of self-understanding. The more sacrifices attached to a belief, the more expensive doubt can become. If you have spent years defending an idea, ended relationships over it, donated money to it, or publicly presented it as evidence of your intelligence and morality, changing your mind may feel like losing several versions of yourself at once. You are not merely abandoning a proposition, you are facing the possibility that earlier decisions now require a different explanation. This is why presenting more facts does not always produce belief change. Information can correct an error when the error is isolated, but when a belief supports identity, the same information can be experienced as an attack that must be defeated. Political and moral beliefs are especially capable of becoming identity-laden, although the process is not limited to politics. It can shape beliefs about health, work, relationships, parenting, success, failure, and the kind of person you think deserves respect. Studies of identity-related information processing show that compatibility with existing beliefs can influence emotional and evaluative responses, and recent experimental work continues to examine how identity-linked desirability biases alter the endorsement of messages. Yet the existence of defensive reasoning does not mean that all strong convictions are irrational, or that anyone who resists persuasion is merely protecting an ego. Some beliefs remain stable because the evidence supporting them is genuinely strong. Others persist because proposed alternatives are weaker. The difficult task is distinguishing principled confidence from identity defense, while you are the person whose identity may be defended. One useful question is not simply, can I find evidence against my belief? You probably can, because almost any subject contains disagreement. A more revealing question is, what would accepting this evidence cost me personally? Would you lose status, belonging, innocence, certainty, or the feeling that your past choices made sense? If the emotional cost is high, your reasoning deserves extra care, not because the belief must be false, but because your motivation to preserve it is unusually strong. Another useful test is to imagine the same evidence leading to the opposite conclusion. Would you still consider the sample too small, the source too biased, the exception too important, or the uncertainty too great? If your methods change when the conclusion changes, you may be protecting a destination rather than following the road. Psychological research on self-affirmation offers an important clue about how defensiveness can sometimes be reduced. When people are reminded that their worth rests on several values and strengths rather than on the single threatened belief, they may become more willing to process uncomfortable information. The effect is not guaranteed, and studies have found limits and conditions under which affirmation can fail or even increase defensiveness. But the broader idea is significant. People can sometimes examine a threatening truth more openly, when being wrong no longer feels equivalent to becoming worthless. This suggests that humility is easier when identity has room to bend. If your entire value depends on always being perceptive, every mistake becomes dangerous. If being moral means never having caused harm, evidence of harm must be denied. But if you can see yourself as a person capable of error, repair, learning, and continued dignity, then a mistaken belief does not have to destroy you. It can become information. You can say, I believed this for understandable reasons, and the evidence now asks me to change, without treating your earlier self as a fraud. The strongest protection against identity-defensive thinking may therefore be an identity that does not require permanent certainty. You do not need to abandon conviction or treat every idea as equally doubtful. You need enough inner stability to let evidence approach without first demanding that it promise not to change you. Perhaps some of your deepest beliefs are true, carefully examined and worthy of defense. Others may be standing guard over an old wound, a costly decision, a valued relationship, or a version of yourself you are afraid to lose. The difference cannot be discovered by asking how strongly you feel, because protection often produces strength. It begins to appear when you ask whether the belief is helping you see reality more clearly, or merely making reality safe enough for your identity to remain untouched. And sometimes the most courageous change of mind is not the destruction of who you are, but the moment you discover that you can release one belief and still remain whole. People can stop seeing others as human faster than you think. A person does not need to call someone an animal before they begin treating that person as less than fully human. The change can begin with something much smaller. The belief that the other person's emotions are simpler than yours. You may assume that people close to you experience complicated mixtures of love, shame, nostalgia, guilt, hope, and regret, while imagining members of a disliked or distant group as driven mostly by basic reactions such as anger, pleasure, fear, and desire. Social psychologists have called this pattern infrahumanization, the subtle tendency to reserve supposedly more complex or uniquely human emotions for one's own group, while attributing fewer of them to outsiders. Studies have found that this difference can influence behavior, including how warmly people respond when an outsider expresses a complex emotion. However, newer research has questioned whether every such finding represents a true denial of humanity, warning that some results may partly reflect ordinary preference for one's own group. The scientific debate matters because dehumanization should not become an empty label placed on every bias or disagreement. Still, the larger danger remains real. When you stop imagining that another person possesses a rich emotional interior, their suffering becomes easier to simplify. You may continue believing that they feel pain, yet doubt that they experience pain with the same depth, meaning, or moral importance as people like you. Their grief becomes performance. Their fear becomes manipulation. Their anger becomes proof of what they naturally are, while your own anger remains understandable because it has a history. This unequal distribution of complexity creates a hidden moral imbalance. One person is viewed from the inside with motives, pressures, contradictions, and exceptions. The other is viewed only from the outside, as behavior that must be controlled. Once this happens, the same action can be interpreted differently depending on who performs it. When someone from your own group behaves badly, you may say they were frightened, provoked, exhausted, or unlike themselves. When an outsider behaves the same way, you may treat the behavior as a revelation of their permanent nature. They are not someone who committed an act, they become the act itself. This is how individuality begins to disappear without anyone explicitly declaring that it should. A name becomes a type, a personal history becomes irrelevant. Every new detail is forced to confirm what the category already claims to know. Dehumanization can also develop after harm has occurred, not only before it. If people recognize that their own group has injured innocent outsiders, they face an uncomfortable conflict between the harm and the belief that their group is decent. Research has examined whether one way of reducing that discomfort is to attribute less uniquely human emotion to the victims, making them seem less psychologically rich and therefore easier to dismiss. Some studies have reported this pattern, although more recent work continues to test how reliably it appears and whether alternative explanations fit the evidence better. This possibility is especially disturbing because it reverses the comforting order in which hatred causes cruelty. Sometimes cruelty may help produce the beliefs that later justify it. You hurt someone or benefit from a system that harms them, and then your mind becomes motivated to see them as the kind of person whose suffering matters less. Their humanity is reduced not because you discovered what they are, but because fully recognizing them would make your own position harder to endure. The mind protects moral comfort by changing the victim. You may tell yourself that they exaggerate, that people like them do not value life as you do, that they are accustomed to hardship, or that they cannot understand the freedoms and emotions you consider meaningful. These statements may sound like observations, but they quietly remove the very qualities that would make identification unavoidable. The other person is no longer someone whose life could have been yours under different conditions. They become a separate kind of being, governed by simpler needs and therefore deserving of fewer explanations. This process can happen with remarkable speed when social identity becomes threatened. A group does not need years of training to create a boundary between us and them. Even temporary and meaningless group divisions can produce favoritism, and real divisions become far more powerful when they are tied to history, competition, fear, status, or injury. Yet favoritism and dehumanization are not identical. You can prefer your group without believing outsiders are less human, just as you can recognize an enemy's humanity while strongly opposing them. The dangerous movement occurs when loyalty begins requiring psychological blindness. You are no longer asked merely to support your side. You are asked not to notice the other side's children, private fears, divided loyalties, ordinary kindness, or capacity for remorse. Any evidence of complexity threatens the clean emotional structure of the conflict. A suffering face must therefore be reinterpreted as deception, and an act of kindness must be treated as strategy. The category survives by refusing every detail that might turn an enemy back into a person. This is why direct evidence of another group's humanity does not always work immediately. A single compassionate outsider can be dismissed as an exception, preserving the stereotype about everyone else. More powerful change may occur when new information alters what the group itself is believed capable of doing. Research has found, for example, that learning about an outside group helping one's own group after a disaster can increase the attribution of humanity to that group. The act matters because it reveals intention, generosity, and moral choice in a way the old category cannot easily absorb. Helping does not automatically erase prejudice, and one inspiring story cannot undo every fear, but it can create a crack through which complexity returns. The outsider is no longer merely acted upon or reacted against. They become someone capable of choosing concern for another person. The deeper lesson is that seeing humanity requires more than recognizing a human face. It requires attributing an inner world, including emotions you cannot observe and motives that may not serve your preferred story. You do this naturally for people you know well because their contradictions are constantly visible. You remember that the same person can be generous in one moment and selfish in another, brave in public and frightened in private, deeply loving and still capable of harm. But when you know only a category, contradiction disappears. The stranger becomes simpler than any real human being could possibly be. That simplification may feel like clarity, especially during conflict, but it is often a sign that understanding has ended. You do not have to forgive someone, agree with them, trust them, or remove consequences from harmful behavior in order to recognize their humanity. In fact, genuine accountability becomes more serious when you accept that the person responsible was not a mindless creature, but a human being capable of understanding choices and consequences. Calling someone a monster can express understandable horror, yet it can also create the illusion that terrible acts come from a species separate from your own. Recognizing the perpetrator as human does not excuse the act. It prevents you from hiding from what human beings are capable of becoming. The same honesty must be extended to victims. Their suffering does not become worthy only when they are innocent, familiar, polite, or similar to you. A difficult person can still experience humiliation. A hostile person can still fear death. Someone who has done wrong can still possess memory, attachment, and pain. Humanity is not a reward granted to people who make empathy easy. Perhaps this is why dehumanization can happen faster than you expect. Fully imagining another mind takes effort, while reducing that mind to a category offers immediate emotional relief. Complexity slows anger, complicates loyalty, and makes punishment harder to enjoy. Simplicity asks less of you. It allows you to believe that the other person feels less, understands less, loves less, and therefore loses less when harmed. But every time that story becomes comfortable, a question remains beneath it. Have you discovered something true about them? Or have you merely removed everything that would make their suffering difficult for you to ignore? A charismatic stranger can make intelligent people abandon their families. No one enters a high-control group believing they are about to abandon the people they love. They usually believe they have finally found someone who understands what everyone else has missed. A charismatic recruiter rarely begins by demanding loyalty, money, isolation, or obedience. The first encounter is more likely to offer recognition. They listen closely, remember small details, speak with unusual certainty, and describe your private dissatisfaction as evidence that you are ready for a more meaningful life. Their influence does not come from supernatural charm or a mysterious power that works only on weak minds. Charisma is partly a relationship between a persuasive person and an audience whose needs, hopes, and circumstances make the message feel important. Intelligence offers no automatic protection because the process does not usually depend on defeating you in a logical argument. It works by giving you belonging, purpose, emotional intensity, and a new explanation for who you are. People are often most receptive during periods of transition. After moving, losing a relationship, beginning university, facing professional failure, grieving, questioning their identity, or feeling that ordinary life has become empty. The recruiter does not create every vulnerability. They recognize an opening and enter it with an answer. At first, the group may seem unusually generous. Members offer constant attention, praise your potential, invite you to gatherings, and surround you with people who appear joyful and certain. This overwhelming affection is sometimes called love bombing, although warmth alone does not prove that a group is manipulative. The warning appears when affection becomes conditional, arriving freely while you agree and disappearing when you question. Gradually, the group becomes the main source of friendship, approval, information, and meaning. Your old life begins to seem dull compared with the emotional intensity of the new one. Then the commitments start. You attend one more meeting, volunteer for a small task, repeat a phrase you do not fully accept, donate a manageable amount, or cancel one family event because the group claims that something more important is happening. Each step is small enough to defend on its own, but after investing time, effort, secrecy, and reputation, leaving becomes psychologically expensive. To admit that the group is harmful may also mean admitting that you misjudged people, ignored warnings, and sacrificed relationships for a false promise. Continuing can feel less painful than confronting the accumulated cost. High control groups often reshape identity by dividing the world into those who understand and those who do not. Doubt is no longer treated as a normal part of learning. It becomes evidence that your old conditioning is fighting against your growth. Concerned relatives are described as negative, jealous, spiritually asleep, corrupted, or frightened by your transformation. This allows the leader to reinterpret resistance from your family before you even hear it. When someone you love says, "You are changing," the group has already taught you to translate that sentence into, "They are trying to keep you weak." The family may then respond with anger, ridicule, or desperate confrontation, which can unintentionally make the group's prediction appear true. Inside the closed system, every outcome confirms the leader. If outsiders welcome you, they are trying to deceive you. If they criticize you, they prove their hostility. If you feel uncertain, you need deeper commitment. If you feel exhausted, the exhaustion shows that important inner work is taking place. A belief system becomes dangerous when no possible experience is allowed to count against it. Intelligent members can become especially valuable because they are capable of constructing sophisticated explanations for contradictions. Their reasoning ability may help them defend the group, reinterpret failed predictions, and persuade others that apparent problems are signs of deeper truth. Intelligence can improve the quality of an argument without guaranteeing that the conclusion was chosen freely. The leader's authority also grows through controlled access. They may appear rarely, creating anticipation, while trusted members explain their intentions and protect them from criticism. Personal attention from the leader then feels like an extraordinary privilege. A brief compliment can produce intense loyalty because it seems to confirm that someone powerful has recognized something special within you. Over time, private boundaries may be weakened through public confession, demanding schedules, restricted sleep, repeated rituals, or pressure to reveal fears and mistakes. Not every high-control group uses all these methods, and unusual religions, intense communities, political movements, therapeutic programs, or spiritual organizations should not automatically be called cults. The important question is not whether the beliefs seem strange from the outside. It is whether members retain meaningful freedom to question, maintain outside relationships, protect private information, refuse demands, and leave without threats, humiliation, or social destruction. Healthy communities may ask for commitment, but they do not require you to surrender the tools needed to evaluate that commitment. They do not make one leader the final authority over your memories, relationships, body, money, and future. When family ties are finally severed, the member may not feel kidnapped. They may feel courageous. They believe they are escaping people who cannot accept their awakening, while the group becomes the only place where their new identity can survive. This is why simply presenting evidence or calling the leader a fraud may fail. The belief is now held in place not only by ideas, but by friendship, shame, investment, fear, and the possibility of having nowhere to return. Recovery often begins when a person encounters curiosity without humiliation, contact without demands, and a relationship that does not force them to choose immediately between loyalty and exile. The unsettling truth is that a charismatic stranger cannot usually erase a family in one conversation. What they can do is enter a period of uncertainty, offer a complete identity, and slowly teach you that every relationship outside their influence is an obstacle to becoming who you were meant to be. By the time the final separation occurs, it may feel less like abandoning your family than finally proving your devotion to a life that was carefully built around your inability to question it. Your mind can erase the emotional meaning of a traumatic event. A memory can remain perfectly visible while the part that tells you why it mattered seems to disappear. You may remember the room, the weather, the words that were spoken, and even the expression on someone's face, yet describe the event with the calmness of a person reading facts from a report. This does not necessarily mean that the experience was harmless, that you have healed, or that the memory is false. After overwhelming events, some people develop emotional numbing or dissociative detachment, states in which the connection between knowledge and feeling becomes weakened. The mind has not literally erased the emotional meaning as though deleting a file. Instead, the event may remain available as information, while the emotional response that would normally give it weight becomes difficult to reach. Dissociation can involve feeling separated from your thoughts, body, emotions, or surroundings, and persistent feelings of unreality after trauma have been associated with greater later psychological difficulty. During an immediate threat, emotional distance may serve a practical purpose. If you fully experienced every wave of terror while trying to escape, protect someone, follow instructions, or endure something you could not stop, the intensity might interfere with the actions needed to survive. Attention may narrow to concrete details, where the exit is, what movement comes next, how to remain quiet, or how to get through another minute. The emotional meaning of the event can be postponed because the present demands function rather than reflection. Later, however, the nervous system may continue using the same response even though the danger has ended. You can then speak about something devastating without feeling sadness, anger, or fear in the expected way. Other people may mistake this flatness for strength or indifference. You may mistake it for proof that the event no longer affects you. Yet the missing emotion can appear elsewhere, in difficulty feeling close to others, reduced interest in activities, an inability to experience joy, sudden physical reactions, or a sense that your life before and after the event belongs to two different people. Emotional numbing is recognized as one possible feature of post-traumatic stress, which can exist beside apparently opposite symptoms such as intrusive memories and intense emotional reactivity. A person may feel almost nothing for hours and then become overwhelmed by a sound, smell, image, or sensation that seems insignificant to everyone else. Research suggests that trauma-related disorders can involve abrupt movement between neutral or emotionally blunted states and strongly negative ones, rather than one stable emotional condition. This apparent contradiction becomes easier to understand when you recognize that memory is not a single object stored in one place. An event includes sensory details, knowledge about what happened, bodily responses, emotional evaluations, and a larger autobiographical meaning. These elements usually work together, allowing you to remember not only that something occurred, but what it meant for your safety, trust, identity, and future. Under extreme stress, that integration may become less coherent. You might possess a clear narrative, but feel detached from it, or experience strong bodily alarm without a complete story explaining why. The scientific evidence does not support a simple rule that trauma always produces fragmented memories, and reviews have found that the relationship between dissociation and objectively fragmented trauma narratives is more complicated than many popular accounts suggest. What can become disrupted is the ordinary connection between the event and your present sense of self. You know that it happened to you, but it may not feel fully yours. You recognize that it was frightening, but the word frightening seems intellectually correct rather than emotionally alive. This distance can protect you from being flooded, but it may also prevent the event from being placed firmly in the past. An experience that has not been emotionally integrated may continue influencing the present without announcing itself as memory. You may avoid certain places without knowing why they feel wrong, become uncomfortable when someone behaves kindly in a familiar way, or feel trapped by situations that only faintly resemble the original danger. The event has lost some of its conscious emotional meaning, yet its learned associations may still guide attention and behavior. This is why emotional absence should not be confused with absence of impact. A fire alarm does not become inactive simply because you can no longer hear it clearly. It may continue directing movement through signals you experience only as tension, exhaustion, or the urge to escape. Emotional numbing can also spread beyond the painful memory. The nervous system cannot always close access only to fear while leaving every pleasant emotion untouched. The same distance that reduces grief may reduce affection, excitement, tenderness, and hope. You may begin believing that you no longer love people who still matter deeply to you because the internal feeling of connection has become faint. You may enter situations that once brought pleasure and notice only emptiness. This can be especially confusing because the protective response begins to resemble a change in personality or values. You ask why nothing matters anymore without realizing that the mind may have reduced emotional intensity broadly rather than carefully selecting one unbearable event. Some people then seek stronger experiences, conflict, danger, substances, or constant stimulation simply to feel something unmistakable. Others become highly controlled, productive, and outwardly calm, organizing life around avoiding any situation that might reopen what has been muted. Neither response proves weakness. Both may represent attempts to manage an emotional system that no longer moves smoothly between activation and rest. There is also an important difference between not feeling and not caring. Caring can survive as a decision even when emotion is inaccessible. You may continue protecting someone, honoring a promise, or refusing to cause harm while feeling internally distant. This reveals that values are not identical to immediate emotional experience. At the same time, permanent disconnection can make relationships difficult because people often need signs that their feelings are reaching you. You may understand another person's sadness, but struggle to respond, or know that you should feel safe while your body remains unavailable and still. Healing is therefore not simply a matter of recovering the correct emotion or forcing yourself to relive every detail with maximum intensity. Moving too quickly toward overwhelming material can strengthen avoidance or detachment rather than resolve it. Evidence-based trauma treatment generally aims to help a person approach memories safely, examine the meanings attached to them, reduce the sense that the danger is still occurring, and reconnect reactions that have become separated from the present. A major cognitive model of post-traumatic stress proposes that symptoms persist, partly when the event is processed in a way that creates a continuing sense of current threat. The goal is not to make the past painless or to guarantee that every memory produces a particular feeling. It is to allow the event to become something you can remember without either being consumed by it or disappearing emotionally from yourself. Most people exposed to trauma do not develop a chronic disorder, and emotional numbness can have many causes, including depression, medication effects, exhaustion, and other psychological or medical conditions. A flat response to one painful memory cannot by itself reveal what is happening. and no one should be pressured to perform grief in order to prove that an experience mattered. Tears are not a measurement of truth. Calm speech is not evidence of deception. Sometimes the most painful events are described in the quietest voices, because emotional distance was the only way the person learned to carry them. The unsettling possibility is that your mind can protect your ability to continue by removing the feeling that would explain why continuing has become so difficult. You may hold the complete outline of an event and still be separated from the part of yourself that lived through it. But what has become emotionally distant is not necessarily lost forever. With safety, time, and appropriate support, meaning can return gradually, not always as a dramatic flood, but as small recognitions: anger where there was blankness, sadness that finally makes sense, compassion for the person you were, or relief when your body begins to understand that the event is over. And perhaps healing begins when you stop asking why you feel nothing about something terrible and begin asking what that nothing once made it possible for you to survive. You can watch yourself behave like a different person during dissociation. You can hear your own voice speaking. Watch your hands continue a familiar task and still feel as though someone else has temporarily stepped into the place where you are supposed to be. During depersonalization, a form of dissociation, people may experience their thoughts, emotions, bodies, or actions as strangely distant, mechanical, or unreal. They might describe moving through the day on autopilot, observing themselves from behind their own eyes, or feeling like an actor performing a role they understand, but no longer fully inhabit. The title may sound as though a completely different personality suddenly takes control, but that is not what usually happens. In depersonalization, you generally remain aware of your identity and understand that the sensation is coming from your own altered experience. You may feel unreal without believing that you have literally ceased to exist, and you may feel like a spectator without believing that another physical person has taken control of your body. This preserved awareness is an important distinction from psychosis, in which a person may lose the ability to recognize certain experiences as internal or inaccurate. It is also different from dissociative identity disorder, which involves a more complex pattern of identity disruption and may include significant gaps in memory. Depersonalization can occur briefly as a reaction to intense stress, panic, exhaustion, or other forms of psychological and bodily strain, while persistent and distressing symptoms can become part of depersonalization, derealization disorder. The experience can be especially frightening because your behavior may appear ordinary to everyone around you. You answer questions, walk through a doorway, prepare food, type a message, or complete work that you have performed many times before. Yet from inside, each action may seem to occur without the familiar feeling that you are the one producing it. Normally, the brain creates a smooth sense of agency, the quiet impression that your intention caused your movement and that the movement belongs to you. You decide to reach for a glass, your arm moves, and the action feels unified. You do not consciously inspect every signal connecting intention, muscle, vision, and touch. The feeling of authorship simply appears. Research involving people with high levels of depersonalization suggests that the automatic processes involved in agency and the person's conscious report of agency can become unusually disconnected. The body still performs the action, but the explicit feeling of control may no longer match the machinery successfully guiding it. This can create the disturbing impression that you are watching behavior rather than initiating it. You may hear yourself laugh and wonder why the sound seems rehearsed. You may respond politely in a conversation while privately feeling that the words have arrived from a script. You can recognize that your actions make sense and still experience them as emotionally unfamiliar. The sensation does not necessarily mean that your behavior has changed dramatically. Often, what changes is the relationship between the behavior and the self observing it. A familiar version of you continues functioning while another layer of awareness stands back and studies every movement. Some researchers use the idea of hyperreflexivity to describe this excessive self-monitoring. Ordinary actions usually feel natural because much of their organization remains in the background. But when attention becomes intensely focused on the mechanics of being yourself, automatic behavior can start feeling artificial. Consider what happens when you suddenly think carefully about how you walk. A movement that was effortless moments earlier may become awkward as you monitor the position of each foot. During depersonalization, a similar disruption can affect the experience of thinking, speaking, feeling, and acting. Instead of being absorbed in the conversation, you may be watching yourself have the conversation. Instead of simply feeling sadness, you may be examining whether the sadness seems real enough. The harder you search for the missing sense of naturalness, the more distant naturalness may become. This does not mean that attention alone causes depersonalization, but excessive inward monitoring may help explain why the experience can maintain itself after it begins. Researchers have proposed that people with depersonalization may have difficulty allowing self-related sensations to fade into the background, leaving them unusually conscious of processes that normally remain unnoticed. Your stable sense of self also depends on the brain combining information from many sources. Vision shows where your body is. Touch confirms contact with the environment. Signals from muscles and joints report posture and movement. Internal sensations provide information about breathing, heartbeat, temperature, and physical tension. Memory connects the present action with the person who acted yesterday, while emotion tells you what the moment means. When these streams are integrated smoothly, you experience one body acting in one world from one continuous point of view. Emerging research suggests that a tendency toward dissociative experiences may be associated with difficulties combining sensory information into a fully coherent experience of the body and its surroundings. The result is not necessarily a visible failure of coordination. You can move correctly while the movement feels disconnected from you, just as a film can continue playing while the viewer no longer feels inside the story. In more unusual experiences, the apparent location of the self can become altered. Some people report out-of-body experiences in which they seem to observe their body and the environment from a position outside their physical body. Neurological research has connected such experiences with disturbances in the brain's integration of visual, bodily, and spatial information. Although out-of-body experiences are not identical to ordinary depersonalization and should not be treated as proof that consciousness has literally left the body, most dissociative detachment is less dramatic. You may simply feel several seconds behind your own actions, as though life is occurring through a layer of glass. Time can seem altered. Familiar places can lose their emotional familiarity, and your reflection may look recognizable without producing the immediate inner response of "that is me." The person in the mirror has your features, but recognition becomes factual rather than felt. This can lead to a painful misunderstanding. Because you do not feel like yourself, you may begin fearing that your real personality is disappearing or that you are about to lose control. That fear increases self-monitoring. And self-monitoring can make every automatic action feel more suspicious. You check whether your voice sounds normal, whether your emotions are present, and whether your thoughts still belong to you. Each check briefly promises reassurance, but it also keeps attention fixed on the very sensations that feel unnatural. The experience can therefore form a loop in which fear of detachment makes detachment more noticeable. It is also possible to behave differently while dissociated. But this does not always mean a hidden personality has emerged. When connection to emotion and immediate surroundings is reduced, you may become quieter, unusually compliant, rigid, impulsive, or mechanically efficient. You might agree to something because the consequences do not feel emotionally real, or speak in a flat manner about events that would normally affect you deeply. Later, when ordinary feeling returns, the behavior may seem foreign. You know that you performed it, yet struggle to recognize the state of mind from which it came. Human behavior changes across emotional and physiological states even without dissociation. You are not identical when frightened, exhausted, joyful, intoxicated, or calm. Dissociation can widen that distance by weakening the felt continuity between those states. The later self looks back and asks, "How could I have acted that way?" While the earlier self was operating with a narrower connection to emotion, body, and consequence. Still, Dissociation should not be used as a dramatic explanation for every regretted action or every moment of feeling unlike yourself. Brief absorption, daydreaming, automatic driving on a familiar route, and losing track of time while reading can involve reduced awareness without indicating a disorder. Clinical concern increases when detachment becomes persistent. Distressing causes significant difficulty in daily life, follows substance use or a medical change, or is accompanied by dangerous behavior, severe memory gaps, or an inability to determine what is real. Because similar sensations can occur in anxiety disorders, trauma-related conditions, depression, sleep disruption, neurological illness, and reactions to certain substances, diagnosis requires more than recognizing a description online. The most unsettling truth is that the sense of being the author of your life is not a separate object stored permanently inside you. It is an experience your brain continually produces by joining intention, movement, sensation, emotion, memory, and attention. When that joining becomes unstable, the self does not necessarily vanish, but it may stop feeling present in its own actions. You can continue speaking while listening to yourself as though from a distance. You can continue moving while feeling carried by a body that knows the routine better than you do. And yet the very awareness that something feels wrong is evidence that an observing part of you remains. You are not watching a stranger replace you. Some people experience no guilt, but learn to imitate it perfectly. An apology can contain every correct word, every expected pause, and every expression of regret, while remaining almost completely empty beneath the surface. You usually assume guilt reveals itself naturally because genuine remorse seems difficult to manufacture. The lowered voice, the admission of responsibility, the uncomfortable silence, the promise to repair what was damaged. Yet these are also social behaviors that can be observed, remembered, and reproduced. A person does not need to feel another's pain deeply in order to learn what a guilty person is supposed to look like. They may understand that apologies reduce punishment, restore trust, protect reputation, or prevent someone from leaving. Over years of watching others, they can build a detailed map of emotional expectations: when to look ashamed, which words sound sincere, how long to remain quiet, and when to offer affection. The performance may be so convincing that you interpret your own relief as evidence that the remorse must be real. But the title requires an important correction. Psychology cannot prove that a person experiences absolutely no guilt in every circumstance, and no one can imitate emotion perfectly, in a way guaranteed to deceive everyone forever. What research does show is that some individuals, particularly those with elevated callous or psychopathic traits, report and display reduced guilt, remorse, empathic concern, and sensitivity to the consequences their actions create for others. Psychopathy is not a synonym for violence, and these traits exist in degrees rather than forming one identical personality type. Still, reduced guilt is considered one of the central affective features studied within the construct. To understand how guilt can be imitated, you first have to separate it from several emotions that resemble it. Guilt is usually connected to the recognition that your action harmed another person and to a desire to repair that harm. Regret is broader. You can regret losing money, choosing the wrong route, or getting caught without feeling concern for anyone else. Research distinguishing the two has found that guilt is especially tied to interpersonal harm, whereas regret can arise from negative consequences affecting either yourself or someone else. This means a person can feel strongly distressed after hurting someone without feeling guilty about the victim. They may be angry that they were exposed, frightened of punishment, embarrassed by public judgment, or disappointed that the action damaged their future. From the outside, these reactions can resemble remorse because they produce urgency, apologies, tears, and promises. But the emotional center is different. Genuine guilt asks, "What did I do to you?" Self-focused regret asks, "What will this now do to me?" The language may sound nearly identical until you notice where attention repeatedly returns. One person asks what you need, accepts consequences, and makes changes even when forgiveness is not guaranteed. Another spends most of the apology describing their suffering. their ruined reputation, their fear of losing you, or how unbearable it is to be seen as a bad person. They may want the emotional discomfort to end without wanting to understand the injury that caused it. None of these signs can diagnose a personality disorder, and even genuinely remorseful people can become defensive or self-focused when ashamed. The meaning appears in the pattern rather than one dramatic conversation. Does the person's behavior change when no one is watching? Do they repair the damage when doing so costs them something? Can they describe your experience without immediately turning it into a discussion of their own pain? Or does remorse appear only when consequences become unavoidable? Someone with limited emotional guilt may still possess strong cognitive knowledge about morality. They can know that betrayal causes grief, that humiliation damages trust, and that certain words will make an injured person feel understood. Understanding an emotion is not the same as sharing it. Cognitive empathy involves identifying another person's perspective and predicting their reactions, while effective empathy involves emotionally resonating with what they feel. Research on psychopathic traits often finds more consistent problems in effective empathy, while findings concerning cognitive empathy are more mixed. This distinction creates a disturbing possibility. Insight into another person's emotions can be used for care, but it can also be used as information. If you know exactly what someone fears, hopes for, and needs to hear, you can comfort them without being moved by their suffering. You can also design an apology around the weaknesses most likely to make them stay. The same social intelligence that allows one person to respond compassionately can allow another to imitate compassion strategically. The imitation is learned in much the same way people learn any social role. A child discovers that saying sorry ends a punishment. An adolescent notices which explanations soften an angry adult. An employee learns how to appear accountable without accepting costly responsibility. Most people begin with these external scripts and gradually connect them to genuine concern as emotional and moral development unfolds. But for someone whose internal guilt response remains unusually weak, the script may develop without the feeling that normally gives it direction. They learn the grammar of remorse without experiencing its full meaning. The apology becomes a problem-solving tool. It can be adjusted according to the audience, just as a skilled speaker changes tone between a friend, employer, partner, or judge. Studies of impression management show that people can intentionally present themselves in a more favorable way and minimize traits associated with risk or wrongdoing. Individuals high in manipulative psychopathic features may be especially motivated to use such goal-directed self-presentation. Yet emotional shallowness should not be imagined as complete emotional emptiness. People with elevated psychopathic traits may feel excitement, frustration, anger, pleasure, disappointment, and attachment, although their emotional patterns and relationships can differ considerably. Research also suggests that emotional processing in people high in psychopathic traits is not always permanently inaccessible. Under some conditions, directing attention toward emotional information can increase their responses. Human psychology is rarely divided into simple categories of people who feel and people who do not. Some experience guilt selectively. They may care about a small circle while remaining indifferent to outsiders. They may feel remorse when harm threatens their identity, but not when the victim lacks importance to them. Others may understand that they ought to feel guilty and become irritated, confused, or ashamed that the expected emotion does not arrive. Reduced guilt can arise through different developmental paths and cannot be explained by one brain region, one childhood event, or one moral failure. Nor should a calm apology automatically be treated as false. People express remorse differently. Some cry. Others become quiet, practical, or emotionally restrained. A person may appear detached because of shock, culture, fear, medication, neurological differences, or difficulty expressing emotion. Human beings are not reliable lie detectors, and confidence based on facial expressions is often misplaced. The safer question is not whether remorse looks convincing in one moment, but whether it produces a lasting relationship with responsibility. Genuine guilt usually contains more than discomfort. It carries information forward. It makes the memory of harm relevant to future decisions. If someone repeatedly apologizes with extraordinary beauty, yet recreates the same injury whenever the consequences fade. The apology may be functioning as a reset button rather than a moral turning point. They may become highly skilled at surviving the aftermath without learning from the cause. This is why words such as, "I know exactly how much I hurt you," can be both sincere descriptions and effective instruments. Knowledge alone does not guarantee restraint. A person can understand the wound precisely and still value their own goal more than your safety. In fact, accurate emotional understanding can make manipulation more efficient because the person knows which injury to deny, which fear to soothe, and which promise will restore access to you. But it would be a mistake to assume that every polished apology hides calculated emptiness. Suspicion can become its own distortion. The task is not to search for a secret psychopath behind every mistake. It is to compare language with consequence, remorse with repair, and emotion with behavior across time. Someone who feels genuine guilt may still fail, but they generally become more willing to tolerate your anger, hear details that make them uncomfortable, accept boundaries, and change the conditions that allowed the harm. Someone imitating guilt mainly to regain control often pressures you to forgive quickly, praises their own honesty, becomes angry when the apology does not immediately restore trust, or treats your continuing pain as cruelty toward them. They want credit for the performance before its meaning has been tested. Perhaps this is the quiet difference between guilt and its imitation. Real guilt does not exist only in the face shown after harm. It appears in the decisions made before the next opportunity to cause it. You may never be able to enter another person's inner world and measure exactly what they feel. Their tears could be real, strategic, or both. Their shame could reflect compassion, fear, or the collapse of a carefully protected image. The person manipulating you may understand your emotions better than you do. Someone may learn which invisible button inside you produces guilt, panic, hope, or obedience long before you learn the name of the emotion being activated. This does not mean a manipulator can read your mind, understand your entire personality, or possess some mysterious form of emotional intelligence that makes deception effortless. In many cases, they do not understand you more deeply at all. They understand a narrow and useful pattern. What happens immediately before you surrender a boundary? What expression makes you begin explaining yourself? Which silence makes you chase reassurance? And which accusation causes you to forget the original problem and start proving that you are a good person? Human beings reveal these patterns constantly. Your breathing changes before you admit fear. Your voice becomes faster when you feel misunderstood. You laugh when a conversation becomes uncomfortable. Apologize before anyone has accused you, or agree to something while your body remains tense. Most caring people notice these signals and respond by slowing down, asking what is wrong, or giving you room to decide. A manipulative person may treat the same signals as instructions. They learn that disappointment controls you more effectively than anger, that helplessness makes you abandon your own needs, or that a small amount of praise can keep you working for approval much longer than direct pressure ever could. The ability to identify another person's mental state is sometimes described as cognitive empathy, while effective empathy involves emotionally sharing or resonating with what another person feels. These abilities are related but not identical. A person may accurately recognize fear without feeling concern for the frightened person, just as someone can understand grief well enough to comfort you, while privately remaining untouched by it. Research on psychopathic and other socially exploitative traits does not support the simple idea that all manipulators possess unusually high emotional intelligence. Findings are mixed, and many people with these traits show emotional and empathic difficulties. But emotional skill can have a darker use when knowledge of another person's feelings is separated from the motivation to protect them. The manipulator does not need to feel your emotion from the inside. They only need to predict what you are likely to do when it appears. They may notice that shame makes you unusually cooperative. Instead of asking openly for control, they imply that refusing would reveal selfishness. They may discover that uncertainty is harder for you to tolerate than disappointment. So they keep plans vague and force you to remain attentive. They may learn that you fear being seen as cruel, then present every boundary as an injury you are causing them. You believe the conversation concerns whether their request is reasonable, but they have quietly moved it toward whether you are compassionate enough to agree. When the emotional frame changes, your behavior can change before you understand why. This is especially effective when you have difficulty identifying your own internal states. Some people can sense that something is wrong but cannot easily distinguish anxiety from anger, guilt from responsibility, attraction from relief, or sadness from exhaustion. Alexithymia is the term used for persistent difficulty identifying and describing emotions, and research connects emotional awareness with the way people notice and interpret signals from within the body. You may feel pressure in your chest, warmth in your face, heaviness in your stomach, or a sudden urge to leave without being able to translate those sensations into a clear emotional message. The manipulator then supplies the translation. You are jealous. You are overreacting. You are only upset because you are afraid of intimacy. You feel guilty because you know I am right. These statements may sound insightful because they give shape to an experience that felt confusing. But the first explanation offered is not automatically the correct one. Your tight chest may reflect fear rather than love. Your urge to apologize may come from learned conflict avoidance rather than genuine wrongdoing. Your discomfort may not be proof of insecurity. It may be your first recognition that something violates your values. When another person repeatedly names your emotions for you, they gain influence over what those emotions are allowed to mean. Soon you may stop asking, "What am I experiencing?" and begin asking, "Which of their explanations best describes me?" The control is not created only by deception. It is created by becoming the interpreter between you and your own internal life. A skilled manipulator may also observe you during moments when emotion is easier to read than reason. They pay attention to what you reveal after praise, during conflict, when lonely, or when afraid of losing the relationship. They remember details you mentioned casually and later return them in a form designed to produce a reaction. A childhood fear becomes evidence that you cannot trust your judgment. A private ambition becomes a reward they promise to support if you remain loyal. A painful insecurity becomes the exact place where criticism is applied. From your perspective, each interaction may appear spontaneous. From theirs, it may be a test. They withdraw warmth and observe whether you pursue them. They introduce a small insult and watch whether you challenge it. They make an unreasonable request and measure how much justification is needed before you comply. Each response teaches them something. If you forgive quickly, the next violation can become larger. If you resist direct commands but respond strongly to pity, future demands may arrive disguised as helplessness. This is not supernatural perception. It is behavioral learning applied to a human relationship. The person becomes effective because they study consequences while you are still focused on intentions. You ask whether they meant to hurt you. They notice what the hurt made you do. The difference gives them an advantage. Manipulation can become even harder to recognize when the person alternates accurate observations with self-serving conclusions. They may correctly notice that you avoid conflict, then falsely conclude that your boundary is only fear. They may accurately identify your need for acceptance, then claim that only they can provide it. They may understand that criticism from someone important activates old shame, then use that reaction as proof that you are too unstable to evaluate the present situation. Their insight is partial but strategically placed. Because one part feels true, the rest can enter with less resistance. You think, they understand something real about me, so perhaps they are right about everything else. Yet, emotional accuracy in one moment does not create moral authority over your life. A person can understand your wound and still use it against you. They can correctly identify your longing while lying about the path that will satisfy it. They can see your fear clearly while deliberately increasing it. This is why empathy should not be judged only by whether someone can describe your feelings. The deeper question is what they do with what they understand. Do they use that knowledge to increase your freedom, clarify your choices, and respect your limits, or to make your reactions easier to predict and control? Research distinguishes cognitive and emotional forms of empathy precisely because understanding another mind does not guarantee sharing its suffering or caring about its welfare. A manipulator may also appear emotionally calm while you become increasingly confused, which can make their interpretation seem more reliable than yours. But calmness is not proof of accuracy. They may be calm because the situation is unfolding according to their plan, while you are distressed because your reality, attachment, or security is being threatened. The person causing the instability can then point to the instability as evidence that you are the unreliable one. Your emotional reaction becomes their credential. They speak slowly. You struggle to organize your thoughts, and the contrast makes them appear objective. Yet a person standing outside a fire will naturally sound calmer than the person inside it. Emotional intensity can interfere with clear communication, but it does not automatically make the underlying perception false. Sometimes your confusion is not a sign that you have misunderstood the interaction. It is the result of being forced to respond simultaneously to the words being spoken, the consequences being implied, and the fear of what will happen if you refuse. The manipulator may understand this overload very well. They may raise several accusations at once, demand an immediate answer, interrupt your attempts to clarify, and later treat your fragmented response as proof that their accusations were correct. What they understand better than you in that moment is not your deepest self. It is the state they have deliberately helped create. Protection begins with emotional granularity, the ability to describe an experience more precisely than simply saying you feel good or bad. Instead of accepting the first interpretation, you can slow the process and separate sensation, emotion, thought, and action. Your heart is beating quickly. That is a bodily signal. You are afraid they will withdraw affection. That is an emotion and prediction. You are thinking that refusing makes you selfish. That is an interpretation. You feel an urge to agree immediately. That is an impulse, not an obligation. Separating these layers does not guarantee that you will always understand yourself correctly, but it makes it harder for another person to compress the entire experience into one convenient label. Fear can make an entire crowd believe something that never happened. A single frightened voice in a crowded place can create an event before anyone has confirmed that an event occurred. Someone hears a sharp sound and shouts that it was a gunshot. Another person sees people running and assumes they must have seen a weapon. A third repeats the warning with greater certainty, not because they witnessed anything, but because the terror around them now seems like evidence. Within moments, hundreds of people may react to a shared interpretation assembled from noise, movement, expectation, and incomplete information. This does not mean crowds become mindless, or that fear can make every person believe any impossible story. Modern crowd research rejects the old image of individuals automatically losing all reason when they gather. People in crowds often cooperate, protect strangers, and respond intelligently to genuine danger, yet fear changes how ambiguous information is processed. When the cost of ignoring a possible threat appears greater than the cost of making a mistake, the mind becomes biased toward the dangerous explanation. A bang becomes an explosion, a hurried movement becomes an attack, and an ordinary physical sensation becomes evidence that something harmful has entered the air. The first reaction may be rational. If others suddenly flee, following them can be safer than remaining still to investigate. But each person's protective response becomes information for everyone else. You run because they are running, while they continue running because they see you. No individual needs to invent the story deliberately. The crowd can produce convincing evidence for a threat through the visible consequences of believing in it. Fear also narrows attention. Instead of carefully comparing several explanations, you search for details that help you identify and escape the danger. Contradictory information becomes harder to notice because the body is preparing for action rather than patient investigation. A person who says, "I think I saw someone with a weapon," may later be remembered as having said, "There was a weapon." Another person adds that they heard several shots, although they originally heard only one unclear sound. As the story travels, uncertainty is often removed because definite warnings are easier to repeat than complicated doubts. Something may have happened near the entrance gradually becomes an attack happened at the entrance. Repetition then creates familiarity, and familiarity can be mistaken for independent confirmation. 10 people may appear to support the same claim, even though all 10 received it from one frightened source. Memory does not preserve these moments like an untouched recording. Conversations after an event can blend details from different witnesses, while people may later confuse what they personally observed with what they heard from others. Research on collective memory shows that information can move socially between people, and that false details can become incorporated into shared recollections. Highly emotional public events can also produce vivid flashbulb memories that feel exceptionally accurate, even though they remain vulnerable to forgetting and distortion. Confidence, therefore, may survive even when details change. Fear can influence the body as well as the story. In outbreaks described as mass psychogenic illness, groups of people may develop genuine symptoms such as dizziness, nausea, weakness, headache, faintness, or breathing difficulty after believing they have been exposed to a dangerous substance. Even when investigators cannot identify an environmental agent capable of producing the pattern, the symptoms are not necessarily fabricated. Anxiety can alter breathing, muscle tension, attention, and bodily sensation, while seeing another person become ill can increase vigilance towards similar sensations in yourself. One person feels dizzy, another learns that dizziness is a sign of exposure, and ordinary lightheadedness suddenly acquires a frightening explanation. The belief and the bodily response can then strengthen each other. Such episodes have occurred in schools, workplaces, transport settings, and other closely connected groups, often after an unusual smell, a rumor of contamination, or the illness of an initial person. However, mass psychogenic illness should be considered only after real environmental and medical dangers have been investigated. Dismissing symptoms too quickly can be both insulting and unsafe. Authority and communication can either interrupt or amplify the process. A vague announcement such as, "There may be an unidentified threat," can increase uncertainty if people have no practical instructions. Dramatic media repetition can make a rare danger feel immediate and widespread. Conflicting official statements may encourage people to rely on rumors, especially when the rumor appears to explain what they can see around them. Clear information is more stabilizing when it distinguishes confirmed facts from possibilities, acknowledges uncertainty without filling it with speculation, and tells people what action is actually useful. It is equally important to avoid repeating a false claim endlessly while attempting to correct it, because repetition can make the claim more familiar, even when the accompanying message says it is wrong. None of this means that frightened people are foolish. In an emergency, waiting for perfect evidence can be fatal. The brain must make rapid decisions from incomplete signals, and social information is often one of the best tools available. The vulnerability appears because the same system works during false alarms. A crowd's reaction can accurately reveal that people are afraid without revealing what they are afraid of, or whether the feared event occurred. Movement proves urgency, not cause. A scream proves distress, not danger. A shared memory proves that a story became socially established, not that every detail inside it was witnessed. The difference is difficult to preserve once your body has already responded, because fear gives its own interpretation the feeling of certainty. Later, you may remember not merely that you were told something happened, but that you somehow knew it was happening. This is how an event that never occurred can acquire witnesses who are not lying. They remember the conclusion produced inside them while standing among hundreds of frightened bodies. The deeper lesson is not that you should ignore a warning or stand still while everyone escapes. It is that immediate safety and later certainty are different tasks. You may need to move before you know the truth, but afterward you can separate what you directly saw, what you inferred, and what someone else reported. That distinction protects memory from becoming a container for the crowd's fear. Because when terror moves through a group, it does not need to invent one perfect lie. It only needs each person to contribute one uncertain fragment until the fragments assemble into a reality that everyone remembers entering, even though no one can identify where it truly began. The more intelligent you are, the better you may become at deceiving yourself. A brilliant mind can build a prison so elegant that it mistakes the architecture for freedom. Intelligence gives you powerful tools. You can detect patterns, remember details, anticipate objections, explain complicated ideas, and construct arguments that weaker reasoning might never produce. But those abilities do not decide which goal your reasoning will serve. Sometimes the goal is to discover what is true. At other times, often without your awareness, the goal is to protect a decision, preserve pride, avoid regret, defeat an opponent, or keep believing that you understand yourself. When that happens, intelligence may not rescue you from self-deception. It may simply make the deception more sophisticated. The title needs an important correction, because research does not show that every increase in intelligence automatically makes a person more dishonest with themselves. Higher cognitive ability often improves problem solving, helps people recognize weak evidence, and reduces certain reasoning errors. Yet one stubborn tendency called my-side bias appears even among highly educated, expert, and intelligent people. My-side bias occurs when you search for, interpret, and evaluate information in ways that favor what you already believe. Studies reviewed by cognitive scientist Keith Stanovich and colleagues suggest that intelligence does not reliably predict who will escape this bias. A person can be excellent at solving difficult problems and still judge arguments more generously when they support a preferred conclusion. This happens because reasoning is not always a judge examining two sides with equal distance. It can become a lawyer hired by a conclusion that has already been emotionally selected. The lawyer does not need to fabricate evidence. It can emphasize favorable details, expose every weakness in the opposition, invent alternative explanations for inconvenient facts, and demand impossible certainty before allowing the preferred belief to be questioned. The more mentally skilled the lawyer becomes, the more convincing the defense may sound. You may therefore experience your belief as the result of careful thought precisely because you have spent so much effort supporting it. Effort feels like objectivity, but effort can be directed. You can spend an entire evening researching a decision while unconsciously rejecting every source that threatens the answer you wanted before the search began. You can describe this as looking at all sides, while granting one side patience and the other suspicion. The deception remains difficult to see because each individual objection may be reasonable. The distortion appears in the pattern. Every fact against you has another explanation, while every fact in your favor is accepted as final. In one influential study of politically charged reasoning, people who scored higher on a measure of cognitive reflection were not consistently protected from motivated judgment. Under some conditions, the more reflective participants showed stronger tendencies to evaluate information in ways that supported their ideological side. The researchers did not conclude that reflection is always harmful, and later work has continued to debate when analytical thinking reduces bias and when it strengthens it. The important discovery was narrower. Deeper thinking does not guarantee impartial thinking when the thinker is motivated to reach a particular destination. Intelligence can provide more routes to the same desired answer. If one defense fails, you produce another. If someone exposes a contradiction, you redefine a term, introduce a rare exception, question their motives, or move the standard of evidence. Because these responses are complex, they can appear intellectually impressive, even when their main function is emotional protection. This is especially visible when intelligent people explain personal failures. Suppose a project collapses after warnings were ignored. A simple explanation might be that the decision was poor, but an intelligent mind can construct a far more comfortable account. The market behaved irrationally. Colleagues failed to execute the vision. Critics misunderstood the strategy. The timing was unfortunate, and success would have arrived if support had continued for another month. Any of these factors could be partly true. Self-deception rarely requires a story made entirely of falsehoods. It often works by selecting true fragments and arranging them so that one painful conclusion never has to appear. The mind becomes a careful editor rather than an obvious liar. It preserves every detail except the one that changes the meaning of the story. Intelligence can also create confidence because fluency feels like truth. When you can explain a belief clearly, answer criticism quickly, and use impressive language to defend it, you may mistake your verbal skill for evidence that the belief itself is sound. Yet the ability to explain something is not the same as the ability to test it fairly. A talented speaker can produce a persuasive reason after almost any outcome. If the plan succeeds, it proves their insight. If it fails, it proves that others interfered. If people agree, the idea is obvious. If they disagree, the idea is too advanced for them. A belief protected in this way can never lose because every possible result is converted into support. At that point, intelligence has stopped investigating reality and begun designing an escape route from correction. Expertise can create another danger. The more you know about a subject, the more legitimate exceptions, technical distinctions, and alternative causes you can identify. This knowledge is valuable when used honestly, but it can also help you explain away evidence that a less knowledgeable person would recognize as a simple warning. A doctor can minimize personal symptoms by imagining rare, harmless causes. An investor can justify holding a failing asset by constructing a complicated theory about future recovery. A psychologist can use psychological language to explain why every critic is projecting. Knowledge supplies possibilities, and a motivated mind selects whichever possibility protects the conclusion it prefers. This does not make experts less trustworthy than beginners. Expertise is essential for understanding complex reality. The danger is believing that expertise makes self-scrutiny unnecessary. The person most capable of identifying another's bias may become unusually confident that their own reasoning is clean. This is sometimes called the bias blind spot. People readily recognize biased thinking in others while underestimating it in themselves. You inspect another person's motives because their conclusion seems suspicious, but experience your own conclusion as emerging directly from the facts. Their belief has psychological causes. Yours simply reflects reality. Intelligence can sharpen this imbalance by making you better at diagnosing the weaknesses of everyone except the person performing the diagnosis. The protection does not always concern pride. Sometimes self-deception preserves hope, loyalty, ambition, or the ability to continue functioning. You may exaggerate the likelihood of success because fully accepting the risk would make action impossible. You may overlook signs of rejection because the relationship currently provides emotional stability. You may interpret exhaustion as dedication because admitting burnout would force a change you are not ready to make. These beliefs can provide short-term benefits, which is one reason the mind maintains them. A perfectly accurate view of yourself at every moment might be psychologically unbearable. Human beings often live through carefully managed uncertainty, partial optimism, and stories that make effort feel worthwhile. The problem begins when a protective story becomes immune to reality and starts creating greater harm than the truth it was built to avoid. How then can an intelligent person protect themselves from intelligence used defensively? Not by thinking less, but by changing the task assigned to thought. Instead of asking only, "How can I defend this conclusion?" you can ask, "What evidence would genuinely make me change it?" If no possible answer comes to mind, you may not be holding a testable belief. You can try to build the strongest case against your own position, rather than attacking the weakest version offered by an opponent. You can record a prediction before the outcome is known, preventing memory from later rewriting what you expected. You can ask someone who disagrees with you to identify the evidence they believe you are ignoring, then repeat their argument in a form they recognize as fair. Research on actively open-minded thinking suggests that the willingness to seek information, tolerate uncertainty, and consider alternatives can predict better judgment beyond raw cognitive ability alone. This disposition is uncomfortable because it requires using intelligence against the stories intelligence has already built. It asks you to treat confusion not as humiliation but as information, and being wrong not as defeat but as contact with reality. The deepest threat is not that intelligence makes you incapable of truth. It is that intelligence can make you feel safe while moving away from it. A weak excuse may collapse under the first question, but a brilliant excuse can survive for years, decorated with evidence, admired by others, and repeated until it becomes indistinguishable from memory. You may never catch self-deception by listening only for foolish thoughts, because your most dangerous distortions may sound intelligent, balanced, and exceptionally well-informed. Perhaps wisdom begins when you stop asking whether your explanation is clever enough to be true, and begin asking what part of you would suffer if it were false. Your brain can make a familiar abuser feel safer than an unknown future. The door to freedom can feel more dangerous than the room where you already know how the pain will arrive. From the outside, remaining close to someone who repeatedly harms you may look like a failure to recognize danger. But the nervous system does not evaluate safety only by asking whether something is good or bad. It also asks whether the situation is predictable, whether the rules are known, and whether you understand how to survive the next hour. A familiar abuser may be frightening, but their moods, routines, punishments, and temporary periods of calm can become patterns you have learned to anticipate. You know which subjects provoke anger, which tone may reduce conflict, where to stand, when to remain silent, and how long an outburst usually lasts. None of this makes the environment safe. It makes the danger familiar enough to navigate. The unknown future offers no such map. Leaving may introduce questions about housing, money, children, loneliness, social judgment, retaliation, and whether anyone will believe you. The brain often treats uncertainty itself as a threat, because uncertain danger cannot be prepared for in the same way as a known one. This is related to ambiguity aversion, the human tendency to prefer an option with understood risks over one whose probabilities cannot be estimated. A painful reality with visible boundaries can therefore feel less frightening than a future that may contain freedom, but has no recognizable shape. Attachment adds another layer. The people you depend on become part of the brain's system for regulating distress, even when those people are inconsistent or harmful. When fear rises, the attachment system can create an urge to move toward the familiar person rather than away from them. This response is not proof that the relationship is healthy, and it does not mean the harmed person secretly wants abuse. It reflects a survival system designed early in life to seek proximity to important figures during danger. If the important figure is also the source of danger, two powerful impulses collide: escape the threat and preserve the connection on which safety, identity, or daily survival may still depend. The result can feel like paralysis, longing, confusion, or a repeated return that outsiders mistake for consent. Familiar environments also reduce the mental effort required to function. In a controlling or abusive relationship, you may spend years becoming highly skilled at reading small signals and preventing escalation. Those skills may be painful, but they create a sense of competence. Outside the relationship, the skills that kept you alive may suddenly offer no guidance. You may have to make independent decisions after being told repeatedly that you are incapable of making them. You may need to trust strangers after learning that trust is dangerous. You may have to build routines, relationships, and a future while your confidence has been steadily weakened. The known suffering then carries a terrible advantage. You already know who you must become to endure it. The unknown future asks you to discover who you are without it. Memory can strengthen this pull by giving greater emotional weight to moments of relief, apology, or ordinary kindness, especially when the present feels lonely or uncertain. The mind may compare the best moments of the familiar relationship with the most frightening possibilities outside it, creating an unfair contest. It remembers the evening when everything felt peaceful and imagines the future as complete abandonment. It does not compare the full pattern of harm with a realistic range of possible futures. Under stress, people often choose the option that reduces immediate uncertainty, even when it preserves long-term suffering. This is one reason leaving may occur gradually, through several attempts, rather than in one decisive moment. Each return can be misread as evidence that the harm was not serious, when it may actually reveal how powerful practical dependence, fear of retaliation, disrupted self-trust, and uncertainty have become. The safest response is therefore not to ask, "Why do you keep going back?" as though the answer were irrational weakness. A more accurate question is, what does the familiar relationship provide or prevent that the unknown future currently cannot? The answer may involve shelter, financial survival, custody fears, immigration status, disability, community ties, emotional attachment, or the belief that leaving will make the danger worse. Real support reduces uncertainty rather than merely demanding courage. A clear safety plan, confidential advice, reliable housing, accessible money, trusted contact, legal information, and patient emotional support can make the future feel less like an empty cliff and more like a series of possible steps. The deepest truth is that your brain can confuse predictability with safety because both reduce uncertainty, but they are not the same. Safety allows you to rest, disagree, move freely, and remain yourself without calculating the emotional weather of another person. Predictable danger merely teaches you how to survive the next storm. And sometimes freedom begins not when the familiar finally stops feeling frightening, but when the unknown is given enough support, structure, and possibility to stop feeling more frightening than the harm you already know. Repeated humiliation can train a person to stop trying to escape. Eventually, a person may stop searching for the exit, not because the door is locked, but because every earlier attempt taught them that reaching for it only creates more pain. Repeated humiliation can produce this kind of surrender when ridicule, punishment, rejection, or public exposure repeatedly follows efforts to defend yourself. You speak and are mocked for speaking. You remain silent and are mocked for weakness. You try harder and your failure is displayed as proof that you are incapable. You succeed and the achievement is dismissed, moved beyond reach, or credited to someone else. When every available response seems to end in the same loss of dignity, the mind may begin conserving effort by expecting defeat before action begins. This pattern is often discussed through learned helplessness, but the concept is more complex than the popular idea that people simply learn to give up. Early experiments showed that exposure to uncontrollable, aversive events could later reduce attempts to escape, even when escape became possible. Later, neuroscience-led researchers Stephen Meyer and Martin Seligman to revise their original explanation. Passive responses to prolonged uncontrollable threat may be more automatic than first believed, while experiencing genuine control teaches the brain that action can change what happens and helps suppress that passivity. Humiliation becomes especially damaging when it carries this lesson of uncontrollability. A cruel remark by itself may hurt, but a repeated system of humiliation can teach something broader. Nothing you say will be interpreted fairly. No performance will be sufficient, and resistance will only provide new material for attack. The person is not merely learning that a particular attempt failed. They may begin learning that they themselves are the kind of person whose efforts do not matter. Human research on social defeat and social evaluative threat has found that escalating experiences of rejection, negative judgment, and threatened aggression can increase social avoidance, showing how repeated interpersonal defeat may alter whether approaching others still feels worthwhile. This can happen in a classroom where one student is repeatedly laughed at, in a workplace where every idea is publicly belittled, in a family where mistakes are turned into evidence of permanent worthlessness, or within any environment where dignity depends on pleasing someone whose standards constantly change. At first, the person may fight back, explain themselves, improve their work, ask for help, or search for allies. When each attempt is punished or made useless, the response may gradually change from protest to caution, then from caution to silence. Outsiders may later see the silence and assume there is no desire to escape. They may ask why the person does not answer back, apply elsewhere, report the mistreatment, or accept an opportunity that appears clearly better. But action requires more than recognizing that another possibility exists. It requires expecting that your action can influence the result. If previous efforts produced only exposure, retaliation, or deeper shame, a new opportunity may not feel like freedom. It may feel like another stage on which failure will be witnessed. The person may avoid interviews, friendships, education, leadership, or unfamiliar tasks, not because they consciously prefer defeat, but because anticipation now produces the emotional weight of an outcome that has not yet happened. The mind begins protecting itself from humiliation by preventing the test that could disprove it. This creates a painful loop. Avoiding action reduces immediate danger, but it also prevents experiences of success, leaving the old expectation unchallenged. The person then sees the absence of change as further proof that change was never possible. Learned helplessness has been associated with reduced motivation to cope when stresses are perceived as uncontrollable, while experiences of control can support more adaptive responses. However, it is not a diagnosis, does not explain every form of passivity, and should not be used to blame people for failing to escape difficult circumstances. Real barriers may remain: financial dependence, physical danger, institutional power, disability, discrimination, isolation, or the credible risk that resistance will make the situation worse. Sometimes not fighting is not helplessness at all, but an intelligent short-term strategy in an environment where open resistance is unsafe. The crucial question is whether the person has stopped acting because no action is presently safe, or because past uncontrollability has taught them that even safe and effective actions will fail. Humiliation also changes the meaning of mistakes. In a supportive environment, failure provides information about a task. In a humiliating environment, failure becomes information about the self. You did not merely answer incorrectly. You are stupid. You did not struggle with one responsibility. You are useless. You were not rejected by one person. You are someone no one could want. When this interpretation is repeated, the mind begins predicting identity damage rather than ordinary disappointment. Trying becomes dangerous because a result can be used to confirm the degrading story. The person may therefore choose invisibility over possibility. They lower their voice, conceal ambitions, avoid asking questions, and sometimes pretend not to care about goals that still matter deeply. What looks like laziness may be a defense against another public wound. What looks like indifference may be hope hidden so carefully that even the person carrying it can no longer feel it clearly. Yet, the same science that reveals this withdrawal also suggests why recovery cannot consist only of being told to try harder. Encouragement without control may become another demand the person expects to fail. A more useful beginning is an experience in which action produces a clear, reliable result. The step may appear small from outside: completing one task without ridicule, making one decision that is respected, saying no, and discovering that the boundary remains standing, or entering a setting where mistakes lead to guidance instead of exposure. The size of the victory matters less than the connection between effort and outcome. Each controllable experience offers new evidence that behavior can still change what happens. Supportive people can help by refusing to turn hesitation into another source of shame, because humiliating someone for having become passive only repeats the condition that helped create the passivity. Patience is not the same as expecting nothing. It means allowing agency to return through actions the person can genuinely choose and results they can actually observe. Over time, the mind may begin updating its prediction. Not every attempt leads to punishment. Not every audience is waiting to laugh. Not every authority controls the ending. The person who once appeared to have accepted defeat may slowly recover curiosity, anger, ambition, and the willingness to risk being visible again. The deepest damage of repeated humiliation is not simply that it makes someone feel small. It can teach them that movement itself is useless, that every road returns to the same exposed place, and that stillness is the closest thing available to safety. But helplessness is not an identity hidden inside a person. It is a response shaped by what action has repeatedly meant. Change the conditions, return real control, and let effort lead somewhere different often enough, and the person may eventually reach toward the door again, not because fear has vanished, but because for the first time in a long while, opening it no longer feels like another way to be punished for trying. You can begin loving the person who controls and terrifies you. The person you fear most can gradually become the person whose approval feels most necessary, not because terror has somehow transformed into healthy love, but because a mind trapped under control may begin using attachment as a way to survive. Popular culture often calls this Stockholm Syndrome, as though captivity follows a simple psychological formula in which victims automatically fall in love with those who hurt them. The evidence does not support such a neat explanation. Stockholm Syndrome is not a formally recognized psychiatric diagnosis, has no universally accepted diagnostic criteria, and rests on a limited and inconsistent research base. Some researchers argue that the label can even distort the survivor's experience by making an adaptive response appear irrational or romantic. A more useful concept may be appeasement, the attempt to reduce danger by understanding, calming, cooperating with, or emotionally connecting to the person who controls whether you will be harmed. Imagine living in a situation where open resistance is punished. Escape seems impossible, and one individual controls access to food, safety, information, movement, affection, or contact with the outside world. Your attention would naturally become organized around that person. You would study changes in their voice, posture, breathing, routine, and expression, because predicting their emotional state could help you avoid the next threat. What appears from outside to be fascination may begin as careful surveillance. You learn what pleases them, which subjects provoke them, when silence is safer than explanation, and which version of yourself is most likely to be protected. Over time, this intense attention can create a strange form of psychological closeness. You may know the controller's moods better than the moods of people you once loved, not because the bond is deeper, but because errors now carry greater consequences. Their inner world becomes the landscape through which your survival must move. Small acts of kindness can also acquire enormous emotional weight when kindness has become scarce. A glass of water, a softer tone, permission to rest, or one evening without punishment may feel extraordinary inside an environment dominated by fear. The act itself may be ordinary, but deprivation changes its meaning. Relief is experienced in contrast with what could have happened. You may begin interpreting the absence of cruelty as evidence of hidden goodness, telling yourself that the caring person is the real one and that the frightening behavior appears only under pressure. This interpretation can preserve hope, and hope can make an unbearable situation psychologically survivable. If you believed that the controlling person was entirely dangerous and that no rescue was coming, despair might become overwhelming. Believing that you can reach their better side creates a task. Be patient enough, loyal enough, quiet enough, useful enough, or loving enough to bring safety back. The belief may be inaccurate, but it restores a small sense of influence within a situation designed to remove it. Researchers studying traumatic entrapment have proposed that appeasement can emerge as a survival response when fighting and escaping are unavailable, especially in relationships defined by extreme dependency and unequal power. This response should not be confused with freely chosen devotion. A person can experience genuine tenderness while their choices remain heavily constrained. Human emotions do not wait for perfect moral conditions before forming. You can miss someone who frightened you, worry about someone who injured you, or feel protective towards someone whose behavior you know was wrong. Emotion and judgment can move in opposite directions. You may understand that the person is dangerous while still feeling distressed by their sadness, loneliness, or threatened abandonment. This contradiction becomes easier to sustain when the controller shares stories of their own suffering. They may describe childhood wounds, betrayal, illness, humiliation, or previous abandonment, inviting you to see every act of control as the behavior of a damaged person who needs understanding. Their history may be real, but an explanation for harmful behavior is not the same as permission for it. Still, once you begin viewing yourself as the only person who truly understands them, Leaving can feel like cruelty rather than protection. Your compassion becomes tied to responsibility. You no longer ask only whether you are safe. You ask what will happen to them if you disappear. The controller may reinforce this by presenting themselves as helpless without you, threatening self-destruction, blaming you for their emotional state, or treating your continued presence as proof of love. The relationship then becomes a moral trap. Remaining feels dangerous, but leaving feels like becoming the kind of person you never wanted to be. Isolation makes this bond stronger because alternative interpretations gradually disappear. When contact with relatives, friends, co-workers, professionals, or ordinary public life is restricted, the controller becomes both the source of fear and the main source of information about what the fear means. They can tell you that outsiders are dangerous, that no one else would understand, that authorities will punish you, or that your family has already rejected you. Without independent voices, these claims become difficult to test. The social world shrinks until the person causing the danger is also the only person available to discuss it. Coercive control often operates through an accumulating pattern of intimidation, surveillance, isolation, dependency, restriction, and psychological domination. And systematic reviews associate such control with serious mental health effects, including post-traumatic stress and depression. Yet emotional attachment under domination is not inevitable. People respond to captivity and abuse in many different ways. Some feel hatred, emotional detachment, strategic cooperation, confusion, pity, defiance, or rapidly changing combinations of these states. Even people who appear loyal may be performing loyalty because visible resistance would increase danger. A compliance statement made under control cannot be interpreted as a transparent window into private emotion. Someone may defend the controller in public while privately planning escape, or may genuinely defend them, because admitting the full danger would collapse the psychological structure that currently allows daily functioning. This is why asking, "Why did you love them?" can be less useful than asking, "What did closeness make possible in a situation where distance was punished?" Perhaps closeness reduced violence, preserved access to children, protected another captive, secured food, or allowed the person to retain some influence over unpredictable decisions. What appears irrational outside the system may have served a recognizable purpose inside it. The controller may also occasionally reveal vulnerability, fear, humor, or affection, reminding the victim that they are not a simple monster. Recognizing the humanity of someone who causes harm is not itself a mistake. Dangerous people remain human, and human beings can be tender in one moment and brutal in another. The error lies in assuming that the presence of tenderness cancels the pattern of control. A person may sincerely love you and still repeatedly choose behavior that makes you unsafe. Love is an emotion. Safety is a condition created through behavior. The two can exist separately. This distinction is difficult to maintain when every caring moment appears to promise permanent change. You may treat each apology as evidence that the relationship has finally crossed into a safer future, while each new act of control is explained as a temporary return of the wounded person you are still trying to rescue. Your mind then organizes time around anticipation. The past contains proof that they can be kind. The present contains the work required to recover that kindness. And the future contains the imagined relationship that will begin when your effort finally succeeds. The actual pattern becomes hidden beneath the promise of what it might become. The attachment can remain after separation because leaving the environment does not instantly erase the psychological system built inside it. Silence may feel frightening after years of monitoring another person's emotional weather. Ordinary freedom can feel empty because there is no urgent problem to solve and no sudden relief to wait for. You may miss the intensity, but intensity is not always evidence that the relationship was meaningful in a healthy way. It may reflect a nervous system still expecting danger and searching for the person around whom that danger was organized. You may also grieve the controller without wanting the control back. Grief does not prove that leaving was wrong. It proves that harmful relationships can still contain shared memories, hopes, routines, affection, dependence, and parts of a future you once believed in. Recovery, therefore, does not require proving that every loving feeling was fake. It requires recognizing that real emotion can form inside conditions that were not freely chosen and should not have continued. Support becomes most useful when it restores choice rather than replacing one authority with another. Telling someone what they must feel can repeat the structure of control, even when the intention is protective. A survivor may need time to describe affection, fear, anger, longing, and relief without being told that these feelings are contradictory or shameful. Practical safety, confidential support, stable housing, financial access, legal information, and respectful relationships can gradually reduce dependence on the controller's interpretation of reality. People often obey authority even when they know something is morally wrong. A command can cross your moral boundary while still sounding like nothing more than a routine part of your job. Authority rarely controls people only by shouting, threatening, or demanding obvious cruelty. Its power often comes from legitimacy, the quiet belief that the person giving the instruction has the right knowledge, rank, or institutional permission to decide what should happen next. A uniform, title, office, badge, or professional vocabulary can act as a shortcut in your mind, reducing the need to evaluate every instruction from the beginning. Usually this is useful. Hospitals, aircraft, courts, emergency teams, and large organizations could not function if every person challenged every direction. Expertise must sometimes be trusted, and coordinated action often requires hierarchy. But the same structure that creates efficiency can also make a harmful instruction feel temporarily more authoritative than your own judgment. In 1966, psychiatrist Charles Hoffling and his colleagues examined obedience inside a real hospital. Nurses received a telephone call from an unfamiliar man identifying himself as a doctor and instructing them to give a patient 20 milligrams of a fictional drug called Astroten. The bottle stated that 10 milligrams was the maximum daily dose. The order violated hospital procedures, and the caller promised to complete the required paperwork later. 21 of the 22 nurses began following the instruction and were stopped before reaching the patient. Many nurses questioned beforehand believed they would refuse such an order, revealing a gap between the behavior people imagine in safety and the behavior that appears inside a functioning hierarchy. The nurses should not be understood as uncaring people eager to injure a patient. Their professional world had taught them that physicians possess specialized knowledge, that delays could matter, and that cooperation was part of responsible care. The dangerous instruction arrived dressed in the language of ordinary procedure. Instead of being experienced as a moral question requiring independent judgment, it could be processed as a technical request coming from someone presumed to know more. This is one of authority's most powerful transformations. It converts "should this be done" into "how quickly should I do it?" Your attention shifts from evaluating the goal to performing the task correctly. Once that shift occurs, hesitation can feel like incompetence, disloyalty, or an inappropriate challenge to someone with greater expertise. The authority figure does not need to prove that the instruction is right. Their position may cause you to assume that the proof exists somewhere above your level of access. You tell yourself that they must know something you do not, that the unusual situation probably has an explanation, or that questioning them would create more danger than complying. Even visible symbols can increase this effect. In Leonard Bickman's field experiments, strangers on New York streets were more likely to follow simple requests from a person dressed as a guard than from the same kind of requester dressed as a civilian or milkman. The uniform did not provide a logical reason why the request should be obeyed. It signaled social authority before the stranger had time to examine whether that authority was relevant. You respond not only to the words being spoken, but to the structure surrounding them. Calm confidence suggests knowledge. Specialized language suggests expertise. A formal setting suggests oversight. A respected institution suggests that ethical questions have already been considered. These signals are imperfect, but they allow society to move quickly. The danger appears when they silence the moral friction that was supposed to slow you down. You may feel that something is wrong and still interpret that feeling as nervousness rather than evidence. You may believe that a good employee completes difficult tasks, that a loyal subordinate does not embarrass a superior, or that a professional should control emotion and follow established channels. The very qualities you associate with responsibility can then be used to keep you participating in something irresponsible. Obedience is also not always blind submission to personal power. Some researchers argue that people may follow harmful authorities because they identify with the purpose the authority claims to represent. They do not necessarily think, "I must obey this person." They may think, "This mission is important, and this person represents it." In this view, harmful followership becomes stronger when the instruction is framed as serving science, security, justice, religion, the organization, the nation, or some other valued cause. This is more unsettling than the image of a passive servant because it means people may participate actively while believing they are protecting something good. The employee hides a dangerous flaw to protect the company. The officer follows an abusive procedure to preserve order. The professional silences a vulnerable person to defend the reputation of the institution. The moral violation is not experienced as a rejection of values, but as a sacrifice made for a value placed above the individual being harmed. Authority becomes strongest when it speaks through your identity. If you see yourself as disciplined, loyal, scientific, patriotic, or professionally dependable, refusing the order may seem like betraying the person you believe yourself to be. This is why knowledge that something is wrong does not always produce immediate resistance. Moral recognition is only one force inside the moment. It competes with uncertainty, hierarchy, professional habits, fear of consequences, trust in expertise, and the desire to remain part of a meaningful system. You may notice the wrongness, but postpone acting until you possess more certainty. You wait for someone senior to object, for the instruction to become unmistakably dangerous, or for a rule that clearly authorizes refusal. Yet authority often survives inside that delay. Every minute spent waiting for undeniable proof allows the questionable act to become more normal, more procedural, and harder to interrupt. Resistance becomes easier when organizations create explicit permission to question rank, checklists, independent verification, protected reporting systems, written orders, and rules allowing any team member to pause a dangerous process do more than prevent technical errors. They change the social meaning of dissent. Speaking up no longer has to mean disrespecting authority. It can become part of performing the role responsibly. Personal preparation matters as well. It is difficult to invent a moral boundary while an authoritative person is demanding immediate action. You can decide beforehand which conditions require a pause. An instruction that violates a safety rule, conceals information from someone affected, prevents documentation, demands secrecy, or punishes reasonable questions. Asking for the order in writing can slow the moment and return attention to consequences. Repeating the concern plainly can expose what formal language has hidden. This dose exceeds the stated limit. This person has not consented, or this action may cause harm. The purpose is not to reject expertise or treat every command as suspicious. It is to remember that rank can organize knowledge without owning morality. A superior may understand the procedure better than you and still be mistaken, pressured, careless, or serving a goal that should not outrank another person's safety. The deepest safeguard is not believing that you would always be brave enough to disobey. That confidence can leave you unprepared for the ordinary way obedience actually feels. It may not feel like surrender. It may feel like professionalism, efficiency, loyalty, or the humble recognition that someone else knows more. The moment of danger may arrive without dramatic music, inside a calm room, through a familiar title and a request expressed with perfect certainty. And perhaps moral courage begins when you recognize that an instruction does not become right, merely because refusing it would make you feel small, difficult, or alone. Sometimes the most responsible thing you can do within a hierarchy is to stop moving long enough to ask whether the person above you has led. everyone beneath them, across a line that authority was never entitled to erase. Your moral principles can disappear when responsibility is shared. A conscience can remain completely intact while its owner quietly decides that the outcome belongs to everyone else. You may witness someone being mistreated, notice a dangerous mistake developing, or sit inside a group preparing to make a harmful decision, and still believe that you are a moral person. You feel concern, you recognize that something is wrong, yet no action follows, because responsibility has become difficult to locate. Perhaps someone more qualified will intervene. Perhaps the person closest to the problem has already handled it. Perhaps the group leader will stop the decision before real damage occurs. Each person waits for another person's conscience to become more active than their own, and the final silence appears to belong to no one. Psychologists call this diffusion of responsibility. When several people could respond, each individual may feel less personally obligated to do so. The moral principle has not literally vanished. What weakens is the feeling that you are the specific person who must translate that principle into action. John Darley and Bib Laterne demonstrated this in a classic experiment in which participants believed they were taking part in a group discussion through an intercom. During the conversation, one person appeared to suffer a seizure and asked for help. Participants who believed they were the only witness responded more quickly and more frequently than those who believed several other people had also heard the emergency. The presence of unseen bystanders created no physical barrier. It changed the private question from "what should I do?" to "who among us should do something?" This hesitation does not always come from selfishness. You may genuinely assume that another witness has already called for help, knows more about the situation, or is better equipped to respond. The problem is that everyone else may be making the same generous assumption about you. Responsibility is divided in imagination, even though the task itself still requires one actual person to act. A crowd can therefore contain many concerned individuals, while producing behavior that looks like collective indifference. Shared responsibility also changes how actions feel from the inside. Experimental research suggests that when people act as part of a group, they may experience a reduced sense of personal agency over an outcome and monitor its consequences less strongly. Even when their own action contributed directly to what occurred, the person does not necessarily deny participating. They simply experience the result as less fully authored by them because other people were involved as well. This psychological distance can become morally convenient. A committee approves a damaging policy, but each member remembers only casting one vote. Several employees pass a vulnerable person from one department to another, while no individual feels responsible for abandoning them. A group distributes one harmful task across many roles. One person collects the information, another signs the document, another delivers the message, and another enforces the result. Because no participant performs the entire act, each can focus on the narrow correctness of their own contribution. I only prepared the report. I only followed the process. I was not the final decision maker. Every statement may be factually true while the complete system still produces an outcome that none of its members would want to claim alone. This is one reason collective harm can grow inside organizations filled with people who privately consider themselves decent. Moral attention becomes divided along with the work. You evaluate whether you completed your assigned step, not whether the combined steps should have been completed at all. Group decision-making can intensify this effect, because an individual may feel that their preference was only one small part of the result. Studies of collective choices have found evidence that shared decision structures can reduce the moral weight people attach to their own involvement in harmful outcomes. Voting can create a particularly comfortable form of distance. You may support a decision while believing that your individual vote was too small to cause it. If the group chooses differently, you can say the outcome was not yours. If the group chooses as you hoped, you can enjoy the result without carrying its full cost. But a decision does not become morally weightless because many hands touched it. Shared causation may reduce individual control, yet it does not automatically erase individual contribution. The danger appears when responsibility is treated like a fixed object that becomes smaller each time another person enters the room. 10 people can each feel responsible for only 1/10 of the problem, even though every one of them may still possess the power to speak, warn, refuse, document, or seek help. Silence itself can then become social evidence. You look around and see that no one is reacting, so you assume that others judge the situation less harshly than you do. They observe your calm face and make the same assumption. Privately, several people may be alarmed. Publicly, each performs uncertainty. This is known as pluralistic ignorance, and it can make a group appear comfortable with behavior that many of its members privately reject. The first person to speak often discovers that the apparent agreement was far weaker than it looked. Once one person names the problem, responsibility becomes visible again. Others no longer have to wonder whether they are imagining the danger or whether dissent is socially forbidden. This is why direct assignment is so powerful during emergencies. Someone call for help leaves responsibility floating across the crowd. Pointing to one person and saying, "You in the blue jacket, make the call," gives the responsibility a location. The same principle applies outside emergencies. A team is less likely to ignore a safety concern when one named person is responsible for checking it. A meeting is less likely to bury an ethical objection when someone is explicitly asked to present the strongest case against the plan. Clear ownership does not guarantee courage, but it removes the comforting uncertainty about who is expected to act. Still, the bystander effect is not a universal law that turns every crowd into a passive audience. A large study of real public conflicts recorded on surveillance cameras found that at least one bystander intervened in more than 9 out of 10 incidents, and the likelihood that someone helped increased as more bystanders were present. This suggests that additional people can sometimes create more potential helpers rather than greater paralysis, particularly when the danger is clear and action is possible. The more accurate lesson is not that groups destroy morality, but that groups change the conditions under which morality becomes behavior. Ambiguity, fear of embarrassment, uncertainty about competence, weak coordination, and the belief that someone else is responsible can all reduce personal action. Clear danger, shared identity, visible distress, useful skills, and direct requests can increase it. You should therefore be cautious with the dramatic claim that moral principles simply disappear. Often they remain present as discomfort, sympathy, private objection, or the hope that another person will intervene. What disappears is the final connection between belief and responsibility. You still think someone should act. You simply stop experiencing yourself as that someone. This gap can become larger when the possible harm is distant. If you cannot see the victim, if consequences will occur months later, or if your contribution is hidden among thousands of others, responsibility becomes easier to treat as an abstraction. You may support a harmful system while feeling personally innocent because no single action of yours appears decisive. Yet morality was never only about being the sole cause of an outcome. It also concerns what you knowingly support, what you permit when you could safely object, and what your participation makes easier for others to continue. This does not mean you are responsible for solving every problem you witness. Your abilities are limited. Intervention can carry real danger, and sometimes another person truly is better qualified. Responsibility should not become reckless self-sacrifice. But there is an important difference between carefully deciding that you cannot act and passively assuming that someone else already will. One is a judgment. The other is responsibility disappearing into a crowd. A useful mental interruption is to imagine that you are the only person who has noticed. What safe action would you take then? You might ask whether someone needs help, alert a trained professional, document a concern, object to a harmful proposal, or assign one clear task to another person. The action may be small, but it breaks the illusion that concern without ownership is enough. Groups can produce terrible outcomes not only because people become cruel, but because each person contributes too little resistance to feel personally connected to what finally happens. No one experiences themselves as the author, so the result seems to arrive without an author at all. And perhaps the most dangerous sentence in collective life is not, "I wanted this to happen," but "I assumed someone else would stop it." Your moral principles may still be present at that moment, speaking quietly beneath the noise of the group. The question is whether you will treat that voice as a private feeling or recognize it as a responsibility that has finally found the person it was waiting for. A tiny change in language can make cruelty feel acceptable. Cruelty can become easier to perform when its name is changed before the act begins. A person may recoil from the idea of humiliating someone, yet agree that the same person needs to be put in their place. They may reject harming civilians while accepting collateral damage, oppose torture, while tolerating enhanced interrogation, or feel disturbed by deliberately excluding an employee while describing the decision as protecting team culture. The physical consequences have not changed, but the words have altered what the mind is invited to notice. Language does not merely report reality after it happens. It selects a frame through which an event is understood, directing attention towards certain features while allowing others to fade. A harsh act described plainly keeps the victim, the action, and the damage close together. A euphemism separates them. We frightened him until he cooperated. Becomes we applied pressure. They removed people from their homes. Becomes the area was cleared. She was repeatedly mocked in front of others. Becomes the team gave her tough feedback. Each replacement sounds calmer, more technical, and less morally urgent. The words do not erase suffering, but they can reduce the emotional friction that would normally slow a decision. Psychologist Albert Bandura described euphemistic labeling as one mechanism of moral disengagement, a process through which people temporarily separate harmful conduct from the moral standards they ordinarily apply to themselves. This does not require someone to abandon morality completely. They may continue believing that cruelty is wrong while accepting a vocabulary that prevents the current behavior from being classified as cruelty. Once the category changes, the emotion often changes with it. Punishment becomes correction. Revenge becomes justice. Intimidation becomes motivation. Exploitation becomes opportunity. The person can then participate without experiencing themselves as someone who violates their own principles. Tiny grammatical changes can also hide responsibility. Compare, the supervisor threatened the employee with the employee felt threatened, or the guards injured several people with injuries occurred. The second versions may be grammatically valid, but the actor has faded or disappeared. The event seems to have emerged on its own like bad weather. Passive language is not always deceptive, and it is sometimes useful when the actor is unknown or irrelevant. But when the actor is known and morally important, removing them can weaken the connection between choice and consequence. A harmful decision becomes an unfortunate outcome. A preventable failure becomes a breakdown in communication. No one appears to have chosen anything, and therefore no one seems fully available to question. Bureaucratic language can deepen this distance by turning human experiences into abstract processes. A person loses a home, but the document records a relocation. A family loses income, but the report notes an adjustment in staffing levels. Someone is denied essential support, but the institution describes resource prioritization. Technical language is sometimes necessary for precision, yet it becomes dangerous when precision about procedure replaces clarity about human cost. The more abstract the sentence becomes, the easier it is to focus on efficiency, targets, categories, and completion, while forgetting what the procedure feels like from the other side. This is partly because concrete language activates a more vivid mental scene. A child waited alone for 6 hours is easier to imagine than there was a delay in dependent processing. The abstract version requires less emotional participation. It allows the reader to understand the information without fully simulating the experience. Language can also make cruelty feel acceptable by placing it inside a larger moral story. An act may be introduced as necessary for safety, loyalty, discipline, purity, progress, or the protection of innocent people. These goals can be legitimate, which is precisely why they are persuasive. Once an action is attached to a valued purpose, Questioning the action may be portrayed as opposition to the purpose itself. If humiliation is called discipline, objecting to humiliation can be made to sound like opposing standards. If censorship is called protection, defending open discussion can be framed as endangering others. If aggression is described as prevention, restraint can appear irresponsible. The verbal frame narrows the moral question. Instead of asking, "What are we doing to this person?" you are encouraged to ask, "Are you loyal enough to support what must be done?" The victim's experience becomes secondary to the virtue claimed by the actor. Even ordinary insults can be softened through playful language. A group may call repeated ridicule banter, toughening someone up, or just how we joke here. Humor creates plausible deniability because the speaker can treat another person's pain as evidence that they misunderstood the social situation. The target is then required to prove not only that the words caused harm, but that they were entitled to interpret them seriously. If they protest, the group can say they are too sensitive, which shifts attention away from the behavior and toward the target's emotional fitness. The original cruelty is protected by a label that makes objection appear humorless or socially incompetent. Yet language does not control everyone in the same way. Calling violence necessary pressure does not guarantee that people will accept it, and changing one word cannot instantly erase deeply held values. Context, prior beliefs, group norms, personal experience, and the visibility of consequences all matter. A euphemism is most effective when it fits a story the listener already wants to believe. If someone benefits from the action, trusts the institution performing it, fears the people receiving it, or desperately wants the decision to be justified, softer language supplies a comfortable route toward acceptance. The words succeed because they cooperate with motivation. They do not create every moral blind spot, but they can make the blind spot easier to maintain. Repetition strengthens the effect. A phrase that initially sounds strange can become normal after it appears in meetings, reports, headlines, and everyday conversation. Once everyone uses the same term, rejecting it may seem unnecessarily emotional or politically motivated. The language becomes the official description, and the official description begins setting the limits of respectable thought. People may argue intensely about whether an action was appropriate pressure without pausing to describe exactly what was done. The debate remains inside the sanitized vocabulary, so the central moral fact never has to appear in ordinary words. This is why powerful institutions often compete to name events first. The first stable label can determine which questions feel reasonable afterward. A security measure invites discussion about effectiveness. A restriction of basic movement invites discussion about rights. A performance intervention invites questions about productivity. Repeated public humiliation by a manager invites questions about abuse. Both descriptions may refer to the same conduct, but they place the listener in different moral rooms. One room contains procedures and goals. The other contains people and consequences. The protection against this form of influence is not to reject every technical term or assume that every euphemism hides evil. It is to translate important language back into observable action. When someone says a person must be neutralized, ask what will physically happen to them. When a company announces a workforce optimization, ask how many people will lose income and support. When a leader demands stronger consequences, ask who will experience them, for how long, and with what safeguards. When someone claims they are only teaching a lesson, ask what the lesson requires them to do to another human being. Translation restores the actor, the action, and the affected person to the same sentence. It also exposes whether the softer term was providing useful precision or merely emotional anesthesia. You can perform the same test on your own private language. Perhaps you say you are being honest when you are choosing the most painful possible way to speak. Perhaps you call withdrawal setting a boundary when it is being used to punish someone into submission. Perhaps you describe an insult as giving them what they deserved, because the word deserved makes enjoyment of their pain feel morally organized. Self-deception often begins not with denying what happened, but with selecting a name that allows you to continue without seeing yourself clearly. The most revealing question may be simple. If the action were described without professional language, humor, abstraction, or moral decoration, would you still consider it acceptable? If the answer changes when the vocabulary changes, then the words may be carrying part of the moral burden for you. A civilized society needs complex language, institutions, and categories, but complexity should help people see more accurately, not make suffering easier to overlook. Whenever an act begins sounding unusually clean, efficient, or harmless, it may be worth searching for the human consequence that the sentence has removed. Cruelty does not always announce itself with hatred. Sometimes it arrives through a revised phrase, a softened verb, or a missing subject, allowing everyone involved to keep their principles, while no longer recognizing the behavior those principles were meant to prevent. And perhaps moral clarity begins when you refuse to let a comfortable name become more real than what is actually being done. Your sense of being a single, unified self may be an illusion. There may be no single, permanent you sitting at the center of your mind and controlling everything that happens beneath it. The unified self feels obvious because your experiences arrive under one name, inside one body, and as part of one apparently continuous life. You remember being the child in an old photograph, recognize yourself in the mirror, anticipate the person you may become tomorrow, and assume that one inner owner connects all these moments. Yet neuroscience has not discovered a solitary command center where this complete self resides. Different aspects of being you depend on partly different processes. Remembering your history, recognizing your body, evaluating your traits, regulating impulses, sensing internal changes, imagining your future, and understanding how other people see you. Studies of self-referential thought repeatedly involve interacting regions such as the medial prefrontal and posterior cingulate areas, while broader investigations show that internally generated thought emerges through combinations of memory, language, attention, and mental simulation, rather than from one isolated self-region. The person you experience may therefore be less like a ruler giving orders from a throne, and more like a temporary agreement among many systems, each contributing information that becomes part of one workable perspective. You can notice this cooperation in ordinary conflict. One part of you wants to speak honestly, another wants to preserve peace, another anticipates embarrassment, and another remembers what happened the last time you took the same risk. These are not necessarily separate personalities. They are competing goals, habits, emotions, and predictions operating within the same brain. The feeling of unity appears when they coordinate well enough to produce one action. When the conflict becomes visible, you say that you are torn, as though one person has somehow become two. But perhaps the division was present before you noticed it. Conscious experience may reveal only the final arrangement reached by processes that were never required to share the same preference. Some of the clearest evidence that unity depends on communication comes from people who underwent surgery cutting the corpus callosum, the major pathway connecting the brain's hemispheres, as a treatment for otherwise uncontrollable epilepsy. In carefully designed visual tasks, separated hemispheres have sometimes been able to direct attention independently, allowing each side to search part of the visual world with a degree of autonomy not normally seen in people whose hemispheres remain fully connected. Other experiments found that both disconnected hemispheres could recognize images of the patient's own face, suggesting that self-related processing was not owned exclusively by one side. Yet split-brain patients do not simply become two visibly separate people, and some studies have found surprisingly unified responses despite the loss of normal communication between the hemispheres. These findings do not prove that two independent consciousnesses are created, nor do they show that your everyday mind contains several hidden persons. They reveal something more careful and more unsettling. The experience of being one agent depends on systems that can sometimes operate with partial independence, while still contributing to a life that appears unified from the outside. Your sense of self is also assembled across time. The person who made a promise years ago may have possessed different priorities, relationships, knowledge, and emotional needs. Yet you treat their decision as yours because memory connects the two of you. That connection is real, but it is not perfect. You forget ordinary days, revise opinions, lose abilities, develop new loyalties, and reinterpret earlier experiences. Still, the mind builds continuity by selecting certain memories, values, and recurring characteristics as evidence that the same individual has remained present. The story does not have to preserve every detail. It only has to remain coherent enough for you to understand your current life as the continuation of a previous one. This narrative form of identity serves practical purposes. Without it, responsibility, long-term planning, relationships, and personal goals would become difficult to maintain. You save money because a future version of you is treated as the same person who sacrifices today. You apologize because the action of an earlier self is still considered yours. You keep a promise even when the emotion that created it has disappeared. The unified self may therefore be partly a model that allows changing mental and bodily processes to cooperate across time. Calling it a model does not mean it is fake. A map is constructed, yet it can still guide you accurately through a real landscape. The illusion, if that word is used at all, may be the belief that unity must require one unchanging inner object. You can be unified without being simple, just as a melody can remain recognizable while no single note contains the entire song. This also explains why you can behave differently in different settings without every version being false. You may be patient with a child, competitive at work, reserved among strangers, playful with friends, and unusually vulnerable beside one trusted person. Each setting activates different expectations, memories, and goals. You often call one version the real you, usually the one that feels most comfortable or morally admirable. But every version emerges from capacities that belong to the same mind. Authenticity may not mean finding one pure personality beneath all social influence. It may mean understanding how these different states relate to your values and deciding which ones deserve greater influence. The absence of a single inner commander does not remove responsibility. It changes what responsibility requires. You cannot simply wait for your true self to appear and make the correct decision. You shape future behavior by strengthening particular habits, arranging your surroundings, choosing relationships, and repeatedly giving certain values more authority than competing impulses. In this sense, the self is not only something you discover through introspection, it is also something maintained through participation. Every remembered commitment, resisted impulse, repeated ritual, and revised belief helps determine which patterns will speak most loudly the next time your mind must form one answer from many possibilities. The deepest question may therefore not be whether the self is real, but what kind of reality it possesses. Perhaps you are not one indivisible observer hidden behind your thoughts. Perhaps you are the ongoing coordination of perception, memory, emotion, attention, bodily sensation, and purpose, held together so smoothly that the cooperation feels like a single voice. That unity can weaken, change, or reorganize, yet most mornings it returns before you even think to search for it. You open your eyes, recognize the room, remember what matters, and continue a life begun by earlier versions of you. The self may not be a permanent object carried unchanged through time. It may be the quiet act of bringing many changing parts into enough agreement to say "I" and mean something by it. The voice in your head may be explaining decisions after they have already been made. The voice in your head may sometimes arrive too late to be the author, yet speak with such confidence that you mistake it for the beginning of the story. You feel an impulse, move towards something, reject an invitation, change your tone, or suddenly become uncomfortable. And almost immediately an explanation appears. You were tired, the idea was impractical, the person seemed untrustworthy, or you simply preferred another option. The explanation often feels inseparable from the action, as though the sentence silently directed everything that happened. But the brain does not wait for a complete verbal account before it begins responding. Perception, emotion, memory, habit, bodily state, and learned associations can shape behavior without presenting their work as words. Inner speech may then receive a result produced by several systems and organize it into a reason that sounds coherent enough to preserve your sense that you knew exactly what you were doing. This does not mean that every decision is made unconsciously, or that your inner voice is merely a dishonest commentator. Silent speech can help you plan, rehearse instructions, control attention, and prepare for difficult tasks. Experiments disrupting verbal rehearsal have shown that language can contribute to planning and executive control. Yet the same language system that helps guide future behavior can also interpret behavior whose true causes were never fully available to it. Some of the most striking evidence came from studies of split-brain patients whose corpus callosum, the major communication pathway between the cerebral hemispheres, had been surgically severed to treat severe epilepsy. These rare cases revealed that the brain contains specialized processes capable of receiving different information and producing coordinated responses without every process having access to the full reason for what happened. In a famous experiment, a patient's left hemisphere, which supported speech, saw an image of a chicken claw, while the right hemisphere saw a snowy scene. The patient then selected a picture of a chicken with the right hand and a shovel with the left hand. Each selection made sense to the hemisphere controlling that hand. The chicken matched the claw, and the shovel matched the snow. But when the patient was asked why the shovel had been chosen, the speaking left hemisphere did not know that the right hemisphere had seen snow. Instead of admitting ignorance, it immediately produced a plausible explanation. The shovel was needed to clean the chicken shed. The answer was not a deliberate lie. The speaking system used the information available to it, noticed the behavior, and created the best story it could. Neuroscientist Michael Gazzaniga used the term interpreter for this tendency to connect events, actions, and feelings into an understandable account. The interpreter reduces confusion by searching for causes and patterns, but it may fill missing information with assumptions drawn from general knowledge. A story can therefore be reasonable without being historically accurate. The chicken shed explanation was logically possible, elegantly connected the visible objects, and completely wrong about the actual cause of the hand's movement. The disturbing part is not simply that one divided brain produced an unusual answer. It is that the answer resembles something ordinary minds do every day. Observe a completed reaction and infer why it must have occurred. You leave a conversation earlier than expected and decide that you were bored, although a subtle expression may have made you feel rejected. You postpone a task and say you work better under pressure, when part of you may be avoiding the possibility of discovering that the task is difficult. You dislike someone immediately and explain that they seemed arrogant, though their face, voice, or manner may have activated an old association you could not identify. The reason you provide may contain genuine insight, but introspection is not a camera pointed directly at every cause inside the brain. It is an act of interpretation performed with limited evidence. This is why a person can be sincere and still misunderstand themselves. Honesty guarantees that you are reporting what you believe. It does not guarantee that the belief accurately reconstructs how the reaction began. The narrator also protects continuity. Your behavior changes across situations. Your emotions rise before you can name them, and contradictory motives compete beneath awareness, yet you rarely experience yourself as a collection of unrelated events. The inner voice connects them. It says you refused because you value independence, stayed because you are loyal, argued because fairness matters, and withdrew because you needed peace. These accounts may be partly true, but they also transform scattered responses into the life of one recognizable person. Without some form of interpretation, your actions could feel unpredictable and your identity difficult to maintain. The narrator gives events causes, causes reveal character, and character makes the next chapter feel connected to the last. This meaning-making ability is not merely a flaw. It allows you to learn, communicate, justify plans, and revise future behavior. The problem begins when coherence is treated as proof. A smooth explanation can feel more accurate than an uncertain one because the mind prefers a completed pattern to an unanswered gap. Research on hemispheric reasoning suggests that language-dominant systems may be especially inclined to reduce uncertainty by drawing causal and conceptual connections, sometimes reaching a confident conclusion before all relevant information is available. You may therefore trust the explanation partly because it arrived quickly and fit neatly, not because you tested whether another cause could explain the same action. The inner voice can also change the behavior after explaining it. Once you say, "I left because I do not enjoy people like that," the sentence becomes new information about who you are. The next time you meet someone similar, you may notice details that support the description and behave more consistently with it. A post-event explanation can become a future instruction. What began as an uncertain interpretation hardens into preference, identity, and habit. In this way, the narrator does not merely report the self, it can help construct the self it claims to have discovered. This is why careless explanations can become limiting. Saying "I'm simply lazy" turns one episode of avoidance into a permanent trait. Saying "I never trust anyone" converts several painful experiences into a rule that shapes every new relationship. Saying "I did it because I am a bad person" may feel like moral honesty, while hiding more specific causes that could actually be changed. A broad story provides certainty, but certainty can prevent investigation. The mind closes the case before identifying the evidence. Greater self-knowledge, therefore, does not require silencing your inner voice. It requires treating the voice as a witness rather than an unquestionable authority. When an explanation appears, you can ask what you directly know and what you are inferring. What did you feel in your body before the decision? What changed in the environment? Did the reason exist before the action, or did it become clear only when someone asked? Would another explanation fit the same facts? Sometimes the first account will remain the best one. At other times, you may discover that it was only the fastest bridge your mind could build across a missing cause. Pausing before explaining can feel uncomfortable because "I do not know yet" leaves your identity unfinished for a moment. But uncertainty is not failure. It can be the most accurate description available. The voice in your head is capable of foresight, restraint, imagination, and profound reflection, yet it does not receive a complete report from every process shaping you. Sometimes it speaks before an action and helps create it. Sometimes it speaks afterward and makes the action intelligible. Most of the time, these two roles blend so smoothly that you cannot tell where guidance ended and narration began. The unsettling possibility is not that your inner voice is fake, but that it is a storyteller working from partial access, preserving order inside a mind more complex than language can fully observe. And perhaps real self-awareness begins when the voice says, "This is why I did it," and you are calm enough to answer, "That may be true, but let us look again." Your brain can invent an entire memory and make you swear it really happened. A memory can feel older than the moment it was created. You may see a childhood scene with apparent clarity. The color of the walls, the fear in your stomach, the person who found you, and the story your family later told about what happened. The images feel internal and familiar, so you assume they must have entered your mind through direct experience. Yet memory is not a permanent recording retrieved from storage. Remembering is an act of reconstruction. The brain gathers surviving sensory fragments, general knowledge, emotional expectations, later conversations, photographs, and details from similar experiences, then assembles them into an account that feels continuous. Most reconstructions are useful enough to guide life, but the same flexibility that allows memory to survive incomplete information can also create events that never occurred. This does not mean that your mind constantly invents elaborate histories or that every uncertain memory is false. It means that under certain conditions, suggestion and imagination can become woven into autobiographical memory so thoroughly that the resulting experience feels like genuine recollection. Psychologists describe one important mechanism as source monitoring error. When a thought enters memory, the brain does not preserve a perfect label stating where it came from. Later, you must judge whether a detail was seen, imagined, inferred, dreamed, read, or heard from another person. These judgments rely on qualities such as sensory vividness, familiarity, emotional detail, and how well the information fits what you already know. A vividly imagined scene can therefore resemble a perceived event, especially after the original source has faded. You remember the detail but misidentify its origin, treating something once suggested or imagined as something you personally experienced. In the classic Lost in the Mall research, participants were given several descriptions of childhood events that relatives had confirmed, along with one invented story claiming that they had become lost in a shopping center and were later rescued. Some participants eventually reported remembering at least part of the false event, occasionally adding descriptions or feelings that had not appeared in the original suggestion. The experiment was small, and later researchers have debated how generously such reports should be classified as complete false memories. It does not prove that anyone can be made to remember any event. It does show that a believable story connected to real people, real locations, and a plausible period of life can sometimes begin to acquire the subjective qualities of memory. The brain may use authentic fragments as construction material. You really visited shopping centers as a child. You know what it feels like to lose sight of a parent. You can imagine bright lights, unfamiliar adults, and the fear of being left behind. None of these pieces proves that the event happened, but together they can create a scene that seems too detailed to be invented. Detail itself is not a certificate of truth because the mind can generate detail while trying to make an incomplete story coherent. Repeated imagination can strengthen this process. In research on imagination inflation, people became more confident that certain childhood events had happened after they were asked to imagine those events. The effect did not occur for everyone, and did not always produce rich recollection, but it demonstrated that mentally simulating an event can increase its familiarity, and therefore its apparent likelihood. Each act of imagination may add another feature. The position of the furniture, the sound of a voice, or the emotion you think you would have felt. When you later encounter the scene in memory, those features no longer announce that they were deliberately invented. They simply feel available. Availability can be mistaken for history. Language can reshape memories of events you genuinely witnessed as well. In the well-known experiments by Elizabeth Loftus and John Palmer, participants watched films of traffic collisions and then answered questions that described the cars using different verbs. Asking how fast the cars were traveling when they smashed into each other produced different estimates from asking when they hit each other. In a later test, the wording also affected reports of broken glass even though the film contained none. The suggestion did not necessarily replace every part of the original event. It altered the reconstruction that participants produced when remembering it. This is known as the misinformation effect. Information encountered after an event can become confused with information present during the event. A witness may hear that a vehicle was blue, later visualize a blue vehicle while discussing the incident, and eventually experience the color as something they saw. The person is not knowingly inventing evidence. They may be reporting the most convincing version currently available to them. Confidence does not solve the problem. A false memory can be held sincerely and expressed with certainty, while a true memory may be reported hesitantly because the person understands that some details are unclear. Emotion is not a perfect test either. You can feel fear, grief, anger, or embarrassment while imagining an event because the nervous system responds to mental simulation. Those feelings prove that the representation matters to you. They do not independently prove that the represented event occurred. False memories are often not created from nothing. They may contain a real location, a genuine person, an authentic emotional theme, and an event borrowed from another time. Perhaps you fell once, heard a relative describe a different accident, and repeatedly saw a photograph taken near the same place. Years later, the elements can become bound into one episode. This is why disagreements about family memories can be so difficult. Two people may recall incompatible versions while neither is consciously lying. One person remembers what was directly witnessed, another remembers what was repeatedly discussed, and both experience the result as personal memory. Photographs can strengthen certainty while also misleading it. A photograph confirms that you were present somewhere, but it does not confirm the event you later imagine happening outside the frame. Repeatedly hearing a family story can create such vivid mental imagery that you eventually remember seeing the scene from a viewpoint you could not actually have occupied. You may even recall very early experiences from an age before stable autobiographical memory normally develops, because later stories and images have been converted into a first-person perspective. None of this means that testimony should be dismissed, or that memories of harmful events are automatically unreliable. Many memories are substantially accurate, and real experiences can remain vivid for decades. The scientific lesson is not that memory cannot be trusted. It is that memory should not be treated as infallible merely because it feels vivid, emotional, or certain. Careful interviewing therefore avoids leading questions, repeated pressure, and supplying details that the person has not independently reported. Asking someone to search harder for a particular event can be risky when the question itself implies what they are expected to find. A neutral question such as, "What do you remember?" differs greatly from, "Do you remember the red car that drove away?" The second question introduces an object and a color before the witness has recalled either. If the person later reports a red car, it may be difficult to determine whether the detail came from the original scene or the interview. Memory also changes when retrieved. Each recollection places the memory into an active state, after which it may be stored again with new information attached. This does not mean every act of remembering destroys the past, but it helps explain why stories can gradually become smoother, more detailed, and more certain after years of repetition. Awkward gaps disappear. Later knowledge enters earlier scenes. What you now understand about another person's motives becomes something you feel you always knew. Eventually, you remember not only the event but the polished story you have repeatedly told about it. The story becomes easier to retrieve than the uncertain fragments from which it began. Protecting yourself from false memory does not require distrusting every image in your mind. It requires separating recollection from verification. You can ask which details you remember independently, which were supplied by photographs or other people, whether your account changed after repeated discussion, and what evidence exists outside the memory itself. Writing an account soon after an important event can preserve an early version, although even the first account may contain errors. Independent records, messages, timestamps, and accounts collected separately from other witnesses can provide useful comparison. Most importantly, uncertainty should be allowed to remain. Saying, "I remember this part clearly, but I am unsure about the rest," is often more accurate than forcing every gap into a complete narrative. The mind dislikes an unfinished scene, yet an honest blank may be closer to reality than a beautiful reconstruction. The unsettling truth is that you may never feel the exact moment when imagination becomes familiarity and familiarity becomes memory. The finished recollection may arrive with location, emotion, sequence, and confidence already attached, giving you no internal warning that some of its foundations were borrowed. You can swear that it happened because swearing reports the strength of your belief, not the history of how that belief was formed.